Chapter 1526. Perseverance. Slowly opening her eyes, Xiao Xian experienced a brief moment of confusion as she took in the sight of the blue sky and treetops. Xie Jingrong, masking his emotions, greeted her with a gentle smile. "Madam Shao, are you awake? Are you feeling unwell? You scared me when you fainted just now. Luckily, your pulse and breathing are normal. I think you must be too tired." A hint of embarrassment crossed Xiao Xian's face as she sat up slowly with her hands. Xie Jingrong instinctively reached out to assist but hesitated and withdrew his hands. "Maybe I'm really tired. I'm fine now. Fortunately, I was lucky to meet you, young Master Xie." Xie Jingrong responded with a gentle smile, his eyes reflecting kindness. "Don't worry, I will ensure you reach Yanzhou City safely." Xiao Xian exclaimed, turning her gaze skyward. "No time to lose, young master, let's go now." Despite having at least 3 or 4 hours before nightfall, she urged Xie Jingrong to hasten their pace to exit the forest and reach a farmhouse by dusk. Frowning in disagreement, Xie Jingrong voiced concern. "But I'm afraid your body can't endure it." "Don't worry, with Xie Miao here, you'll be safe spending the night in the mountains." With the 6 unstable factors resolved, there seemed no imminent need for action. However, Xiao Xian was anxious, pleading, "No, I've been missing for a night and a day. I won't be back until tomorrow. I don't know what's happening there, so I have to return as soon as possible. I'm already rested, it's okay, let's get going." More pressing was Xiao Xian's realization that her superpower was weakening. Despite feeling physically rested, her ability was severely diminished. Now, she could only sense a radius of about 3,000 to 4,000 meters. If she intended to manipulate vines and plants for an attack, the potency would be significantly diminished. She doubted her ability to handle the 6 individuals from yesterday in a single stroke. The reason behind this sudden weakening of her superpower eluded her, leaving uncertainty about its fate, whether it would continue to wane or vanish altogether. While panic was a natural response, she reminded herself that the superpower had been an unexpected anomaly. If it faded away, acceptance was the only option. Concerns lingered, however, regarding potential effects on her body. A further weakening or the risk of fainting in this challenging environment would pose significant problems. Although aware that Xie Jingrong wouldn't abandon her, it would undoubtedly burden him. In a village, securing a carriage would simplify their travel. The thought triggered a pang of discomfort in Xie Jingrong's heart. Observing Xiao Xian's anxiety, he initially attributed it to her worry for Shao Yunduan. Yet, upon reflection, he acknowledged the genuine affection between the couple, understanding her longing for him. Contemplating the likely unfavorable situation in Yanzhou City, Xie Jingrong hesitated. "Are you truly okay?" Xiao Xian affirmed, "I am fine, truly. Let's hurry and leave before nightfall. We can't afford to waste any more time." "Very well," Xie Jingrong sighed with a smile. "If you're not well, you must inform me, or I fear Lord Shao will chase after me." Xiao Xian burst into laughter. "He won't do. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1527. Something happened. Xie Dong and Xie Shi set out to locate Xie Miao, and the 5 of them departed together. As they traversed the path from which Xie Jingrong had come, he appeared visibly anxious throughout the journey. His gaze frequently shifted towards Xiao Xian, prompting him to inquire if she needed to rest or if she felt uncomfortable pushing herself forward. Xiao Xian admitted to feeling a bit tired and weak, but fortunately, her superpower remained unaffected, providing her with some relief and enabling her to persevere. After taking 3 breaks, they emerged from the forest after sunset, bathed in the radiant afterglow of the setting sun. Located less than 5 miles from the forest, a village with over 100 families presented itself. Xie Dong approached a local family, securing permission for the group to stay. Given the distance of more than 30 miles from Yanzhou City, entering the city that night was impractical. Thus, Xie Jingrong suggested that Xie Miao enter the city at dawn the next day to gather information and arrange for a reliable carriage. Xia Miao readily agreed. Xia Jingrong, Qiao Xian, and Shao Yunduan were acquainted, so the attention Xia Dong and Xia Shi observed their young master paying to Qiao Xian did not strike them as odd. Instead, they deemed it perfectly natural. While Xia Miao was unfamiliar with Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan, he was aware that his young master had two friends. However, he couldn't help but sense something amiss in the way his young master was particularly attentive to Madame Shao. With the assistance of local farmers, the group, despite facing basic conditions, managed to enjoy a warm meal and secure a place to sleep. The night passed in tranquility. Before the break of dawn, Xia Miao was dispatched to the city by his young master to wake him up. Xia Miao, choosing silence, Xia Miao accepted his destiny without protest. In the city, everything appeared normal. Li Xia and Li Qiu, who had retired for some rest, remained oblivious to Qiao Xian's absence until they were awakened by Shao Yunduan returning from the banquet. Upon hearing the news, both were so terrified that their faces paled, and tears welled up in their eyes. Anxious and irritated, Shao Yunduan, unable to extract any information from them, instructed them to secure the room and prevent anyone from entering. He then proceeded stern-faced to Qiao Wei's location. At that moment, Mian Mian was already asleep, sharing the same room as Qiao Wei. Qiao Wei lay on the bed, while Mian Mian rested on the couch. They had not left each other's side. Ai occupied the outer room of the bedroom. Although Qiao Wei harbored some dissatisfaction, her survival took precedence, so she refrained from voicing any objections. Upon Shao Yunduan's arrival, Ai woke up first. "Lord, wake Qiao Wei." Shao Yunduan's face turned a shade of green. While Ai was unaware of the details, the intensity of the adult's anger indicated that this was no ordinary matter. Annoyed, he couldn't help but wonder if Qiao Wei was some kind of supernatural being. He and Mian Mian hadn't left each other's side even for an inch. Could she have found an opportunity to turn into a demon, a fae, or some other malevolent entity? Agreeing, Ai hastily knocked on the door to summon Mian Mian. Mian Mian rubbed her eyes, sat up, and responded. She dressed quickly and went to wake Qiao Wei. Qiao Wei, feigning ignorance, attempted to ignore the commotion. The moment she emerged from the bedroom, Shao Yunduan kicked Qiao Wei so forcefully that she cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. Clutching her chest, she looked up in shock and anger. "You!" Shao Yunduan maintained a stoic expression on his cold face and spoke in an icy tone. "What have you done?" Qiao Wei was taken aback, and a sudden realization struck her. Something must have happened to Qiao Xian. It was only when Qiao Xian was involved that Shao Yunduan would exhibit such demeanor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1528, not a threat. Envy, undoubtedly, tinged her emotions, yet her joy nearly betrayed itself through a smile. However, as Shao Yunduan's cold gaze met hers, any hint of happiness evaporated. I don't know what you're talking about, you don't know?" Shao Yunduan advanced slowly, indifferent to the fact that Qiao Wei was far less robust than him. He pressed the sole of his foot onto the back of her hand. Qiao Wei, startled, tried to retract her hand, but Shao Yunduan tightened his grip. As pain surged through her, Qiao Wei, gripped by fear, paled, immobilized. "What do you want?" Shao Yunduan spoke with a frigid tone. "Answer my question. Tell me the truth. I don't care how you communicate with outsiders. Understand this well. You're still within my grasp. Even if I can't end your life, dismantling you will be effortless. Would you like to test that?" Qiao Wei's eyes widened in fear, a shiver coursing down her spine. She was afraid of Shao Yunduan. When this fear began, she couldn't pinpoint. She knew his words weren't mere threats. "I truly don't know. I'm clueless." Qiao Wei lost control and sobbed. "I'm under constant surveillance by those two every day. What can I possibly do? Moreover, you're aware I'm just a pawn in their game. He is already dead, they know their plan is exposed. Why would they come after me?" Shao Yunduan's cold countenance remained impassive. You'd better stay ignorant, or I won't spare you. Henceforth, keep silent. I won't hesitate to take action if you disclose anything. Qiao Wei didn't dare to object. Trembling, she asked with a quivering voice, did something happen to Qiao Xian? Shao Yunduan shot her a sharp look. Her heart skipped a beat, and she dared not press further. She's unwell. Mian Mian instantly grew anxious. Sir, is Madam all right? It's fine, Shao Yunduan reassured, she just needs some rest. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. I won't disturb Madam now. I'll pay my respects to her tomorrow. Shao Yunduan nodded, casting a glance at Qiao Wei. Keep an eye on her. Don't worry, my lord. Shao Yunduan departed. Qiao Wei let out a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. After a moment, she shakily rose to her feet. Shao Yunduan informed Bai, Sun Qian, and Ai, Madam is missing. The three of them were shocked. How is that possible? We've secured the post house since our arrival, maintained night patrols, and stayed vigilant. We didn't dare to be careless. How could, in a hushed tone, Shao Yunduan interjected, we are not the hosts here, so nothing should surprise us. Fortunately, she's only missing. I'm uncertain of their motives, but my wife should be safe. This information must not leak. Publicly, well say Madam is unwell, and we need to extend our stay in Yenzhou City for 2 more days. Ai, keep a close watch on Qiao Wei. Bai, Sun Qian, discreetly deploy your trusted aides to search for Madam. She's not an ordinary woman who breaks down in the face of trouble. If there's a chance, she'll leave some clues. Pay extra attention. And keep an eye on the local officials. Bai and Sun Qian responded in hushed tones. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1529, Arrangement. The two of them exchanged glances. While their instinct was to search for Madam, a lingering fear persisted that the other party might be attempting to lure them away and create a diversion. Thus, they couldn't afford to let their guard down. Shao Yunduan then issued a directive to Ai. Tomorrow, you and Mian Mian will escort Qiao Wei to Madam's side. Li Xia and Li Qiu alone won't suffice. Keep a close watch on Qiao Wei. Don't allow her any chance for deceit or subterfuge. Yes, Lord. Shao Yunduan harbored suspicions that someone was involved in this matter. If they had succeeded in some plot, they would likely take actions to reveal the fact that his wife was missing. Li Xia and Li Qiu might not be equipped to handle such a situation. That night, although the intermediate station appeared calm and ordinary, secret arrangements were being made. The next day, news circulated that Qiao Xian had caught a cold, necessitating the entire team to stay temporarily at the station. Upon hearing the news, the prefectural magistrate's wife, accompanied by the deputy prefect's wife and the 2 strategists' wives, paid a visit. With Qiao Wei present, she had to extend greetings to the magistrate's wife. Mian Mian and Li Xia were also present, while Li Qiu remained with Qiao Xian to attend to her. Qiao Wei wasn't naive. She had pondered the situation throughout the night and suspected that something serious had happened to Qiao Xian, beyond a mere cold. The abrupt kick from Shao Yunduan in the middle of the night only strengthened her conviction. Thinking of the kick, a dull pain pierced her chest, making her slightly anxious. Yet, an undercurrent of excitement and satisfaction surged within her. Finally, something had befallen that woman. It must be a significant event, and she believed she deserved it. Internally pleased, she refrained from entertaining any thoughts of mischief, especially after Shao Yunduan's kick. During the visit of the magistrate's wife and others, she maintained a facade of politeness, asserting that Qiao Xian was indisposed and not receiving visitors. Had it not been for Shao Yunduan's threat, she would have likely been less forthright. Even if she didn't openly express it, she might have dropped hints or made veiled insinuations. In contrast to her current honesty, when the deputy prefect's wife expressed deep concern and repeatedly expressed her desire to personally visit Madame Shao, Qiao Wei had no option but to express genuine gratitude and politely decline. When the prefectural magistrate's wife proposed hiring a local doctor with exceptional medical skills, Xiao Wei endured her irritation and politely refused. The missed opportunity to stir up trouble irked Xiao Wei to the point of near exasperation. She couldn't seize the chance right in front of her due to fear and had to cover up for Qiao Xian. At noon, the prefect's wife and the deputy prefect's wife returned. Accompanied by 3 maids and 2 servants, they brought soup for Qiao Xian. A servant cheerfully called out, "Miss Li Xia, Miss Li Qiu." With an air of ease, they ascended the stairs with their offerings. The servant smiled and remarked, "What a coincidence. Both our madam and the deputy prefect's madam have instructed the kitchen to prepare this soup. We're here to deliver it to Madame Shao. This soup contains ginseng and wolfberries. It's highly nourishing." Li Xia and Li Qiu promptly intervened. "The magistrate's wife and the deputy prefect's wife are too gracious. Leave the soup with us. Our mistress has just taken her medicine and is currently asleep. We cannot disturb her. We'll inform her upon waking. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1530. Visit the maidservant expressed concern, saying, "I understand. Madame Shao's sudden illness must be distressing. Our madam specifically instructed us to convey our regards and assess Madame Shao's condition. We'll inform her upon our return. Could you allow us to enter and perform a kowtow? We assure you that we'll stand at a distance and not disturb Madame Shao." Another servant added, "Absolutely. Our madam also emphasized the same. Miss, please consider allowing just the 2 of us to enter. By offering our respects and a quick glance, we can provide a reassuring report to Madam." Indeed. Li Xia and Li Qiu concealed their annoyance. Initially skeptical of the old master's warning about potential troublemakers, they now found themselves facing the reality of unwanted guests. As Li Xia and Li Qiu spoke, their expressions betrayed some irritation. It seemed that these visitors had intentions beyond mere well-wishing. "Everyone, please return. Our madam is currently not receiving guests. Once she recovers and regains her strength, she will naturally meet with you." Recognizing the dubious intentions of the visitors, Li Xia and Li Qiu wore unpleased expressions. Their tone was cold, and their displeasure was evident. In truth, the maids and servants sent by the deputy prefect's wife were also perplexed. They didn't understand why they were instructed to perform kowtows and pay respects to Madame Shao. While the deputy prefect's wife cited it as a matter of etiquette, the genuine concern for Madame Shao prompted some uncertainty. Even though they felt it might be excessive, they adhered to the instructions, trusting that the madam had her reasons. The aides from the prefectural magistrate's wife sided with the deputy prefect's wife's maid, aligning with her expressed concern for Madame Shao. Failing to show adequate concern might imply a lack of consideration on their madam's part, a scenario they wished to avoid. Li Xia and Li Qiu's frosty expressions and cold tone made the servants from the magistrate's wife uneasy, considering a retreat. However, those from the deputy prefect's wife's side remained entangled, hesitant to concede the matter. She displayed such fervor that it made her uneasy about Madame Shao's absence. Li Xia and Li Qiu were both irritated and vexed, but the other party seemed oblivious to their sentiments. To their surprise, the 2 maids carrying the food box attempted to bypass them and enter the house. Li Qiu, alarmed, exclaimed, "Stop, what are you doing?" A maidservant pulled Li Qiu aside, smiling forcefully. "Miss Li Qiu, Miss Li Xia, our madam is genuinely concerned. She frets over Madame Shao and wishes to..." Before she could finish, another maidservant hastily interrupted, smiling at the other, "Let's enter and pay our respects to Madame Shao. We can explain to Madam when we return." The other maidservant remained perplexed, not grasping the situation. "Huh." She instinctively resisted being pulled away. "All of you. Halt." Despite Li Xia and Li Qiu being restrained and pulled by others, the ongoing arguments drowned out their attempts to communicate effectively with the 2 maidservants heading inside. Mian Mian, who was in the room with Xiao Wei, rushed out, ignoring Xiao Wei. She intercepted the 2 maidservants. What are you doing here? You're disturbing madam. Mian exclaimed. Unexpectedly, a servant forcefully pushed Li Xia aside and barged into the house. Since Madame Shao is awake, we should perform a kowtow and pay our respects. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1531, Chased Away, You. The maidservant roughly shoved her once more, causing her to stagger. Just as she attempted to force her way in, a sudden sharp pain in the back of her knees sent her crashing to the ground with a cry. The others were left in shock. Ai, who had just finished lunch, swiftly rushed over. Li Xia and the rest breathed a sigh of relief and complained indignantly, Ai, these insolent servants are intolerable. They insist on intruding to disturb madam, please drive them away. Ai agreed and cast a cold gaze in their direction. The maidservants, visibly frightened, instinctively stepped back. Without any ceremony, Ai lifted the fallen woman and casually tossed her aside. She screamed and rolled on the ground, her pride thoroughly bruised. While she suffered no physical injuries, her dignity was certainly in tatters. Li Qiu sneered, take your soup with you. Our madam won't have any appetite for it. These words only soured their expressions further. The maid representing the magistrate's wife hurriedly interjected, well. Miss Li Qiu, what do you mean? This is a token of my wife's goodwill. Miss Li Qiu, it's not suitable for you to decline on behalf of Madame Shao, is it? Why not? It's none of your business whether it's suitable or not. Li Xia retorted coldly. We suspect you have ill intentions. Why are you really here? To offer greetings? It's clear you're here to cause trouble. Why don't you leave? Do you need us to escort you out? Terrified, everyone glanced at Ai. Unwilling to face his forceful removal, they hurriedly made their exit. Upon hearing the report, the deputy prefect's wife's face darkened. She reprimanded her subordinate for mishandling the situation and sent him away in frustration. Such an incident must not be repeated. Now, she needed to devise an alternative plan. With Miss Qiao missing and not at the relay station, Lord Shao remained remarkably composed. Little did he expect that the news would be so well concealed. His Highness had mandated the revelation of Ms. Qiao's disappearance, necessitating the formulation of a plan. Yet, what approach should they take? The deputy prefect's wife promptly ordered someone to summon her husband. Despite their discussions, a viable solution eluded them. The previous disruptive method had already been employed, and its effectiveness was unlikely to be repeated. In a moment of desperation, the deputy prefect gritted his teeth and sneered. We cannot fail in such a trivial matter. How can His Highness entrust me with future tasks if we falter? I propose bribing a few individuals to set fire tonight and infiltrate during the ensuing chaos. His wife's eyes lit up, and she eagerly agreed. Old master, that's a brilliant idea. The chaos will create a convenient distraction for us. A sinister smile crossed the deputy prefect's face. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Time was of the essence. With His Highness having stationed someone in Yenzhou, they needed to establish contact. Lord Shao had brought along Imperial Guards proficient in martial arts. Achieving this task solo would be challenging without His Highness' assistance. The deputy prefect's wife couldn't help but suggest, I don't understand His Highness' intentions. So what if Miss Qiao is missing? Why not use her as leverage against Shao Yunduan? If he refuses to comply, he'll be a laughingstock, given his grand declarations of loyalty. Once his reputation is tarnished, I doubt he can maintain a foothold in the capital. The deputy prefect cautioned, we can't presume to know His Highness' plans. It's better for you to speak less. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1532, pushing away raising his eyebrows, the deputy prefect admonished, you're too impulsive. Why didn't you plan meticulously and send just 2 or 3 maids? Did you think you could triumph easily? If dealing with Shao Yunduan were so simple, Why would His Highness invest so much effort in him? Congratulations, you've squandered a significant opportunity. How foolish. The deputy prefect's wife felt a bit vexed, wondering what mistake she had made. All she wanted was to make a noteworthy contribution. Who could have predicted that these two girls would prove so unreasonable? Moreover, she had accompanied the magistrate's wife, thinking that her presence would dispel any suspicion. Since the prefectural magistrate's wife held more sway, her entourage naturally deferred to her authority, right? This should have been a prime chance for her to slip away discreetly. While the couple conversed, someone from the prefect's wife's entourage approached, expressing a desire to discuss matters with the deputy prefect's wife. Despite the deputy prefect's wife's skepticism, she had to oblige, granting her the courtesy. The brief meeting concluded soon after. Upon receiving the report about the soup from the maidservants, the prefectural magistrate's wife couldn't help but frown and reprimand them. Was she out of her mind? Visiting a patient and delivering soup were commendable actions. As long as her intentions were genuine, shouldn't seeing the patient take precedence? Why force an entry into the other party's house? What was her rationale? The maidservants, filled with grievances, could not articulate their defense. They didn't want to engage in such actions, but the deputy prefect's wife insisted that personally kowtowing demonstrated sincerity and care. They couldn't be seen as inferior. However, the unexpected turn of events left the magistrate's wife increasingly agitated. When the deputy prefect's wife arrived, she tactfully mentioned the incident. Offending someone was never a good strategy. In the future, she needed to exercise more caution. Good intentions should not provoke resentment. Instead of fostering goodwill, her actions created a standoff, leaving people angry and resentful. The description of the expression as tactful stemmed from the fact that although the prefectural magistrate held an official position, he was essentially an ordinary landowner who had progressed to his current rank through the advanced scholar examination. On the contrary, the deputy prefect's background differed significantly. As a descendant of a prominent local family, he wielded considerable influence and boasted connections in the capital. Many of the magistrate's decrees often relied on his cooperation for implementation. In essence, refusing to give the magistrate due respect and intentionally causing trouble or opposition could jeopardize the magistrate's tenure in the region. The consequences would be overwhelming, constituting a significant setback. Because of this delicate power dynamic, regardless of the deputy prefect's wife's actions, especially when dispatching servants to visit Shao Qian, the magistrate's wife closely monitored the situation. Upon hearing the prefectural magistrate's wife's remarks, the deputy prefect's wife responded with disdain and indifference. Her husband held a prestigious position, and she, too, carried a noble status. It seemed inconceivable to take the magistrate's wife seriously. She feigned regret and sighed with apparent concern. "Sister, you're absolutely right. The two girls beside Madame Shao are likely quite upset this time. I wonder what they'll say to Madame Shao." As she uttered these words, the magistrate's wife's heart skipped a beat, envisioning numerous unfavorable scenarios. She was well aware of the potential impact of slave slander, particularly from personal maidservants, long-serving nannies, trusted butlers, and the like. Their words held significant weight in the eyes of their masters. The two resentful girls, if inclined to sow discord in front of Madame Shao, might prompt Madame Shao to engage in pillow talk with Lord Shao, leading to various undesirable outcomes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1533. Another visit. Lord Shao was now the favorite of the Crown Prince and Minister Old Yun. The Emperor also held him in high regard. If they offended him, could it potentially impact her husband's future career? The more the magistrate's wife dwelled on this, the more anxious she became. She couldn't help but attribute the trouble to the deputy prefect's wife. To think that she had the audacity to suggest solutions. Wasn't all of this caused by her? "Sister," the deputy prefect's wife suggested earnestly, "why don't we personally apologize to Madame Shao and clarify the situation? If we make things clear, those two girls won't be able to stir up trouble. Otherwise, it could really cause unnecessary concerns." I didn't anticipate it would escalate like this. I truly acted with good intentions. The prefectural magistrate's wife hesitated, considering what her servants and maidservants had faced during their visit earlier in the day. Doesn't it seem inappropriate? After all, the servants had been forcibly chased out just hours ago. What's inappropriate about that? The deputy prefect's wife responded casually with a smile. Madame Shao is just suffering from a cold, not a serious illness. She has seen the doctor, taken medicine, and rested for quite some time. She must have woken up by now, right? We're visiting her with good intentions, just to meet, talk, and convey our concern. It's not like we're doing anything else. If Madame Shao doesn't appreciate this small gesture, then, really, the deputy prefect's wife sighed softly. If we refrain from going, it might be disastrous if Madame Shao genuinely believes the slander of those two maidservants. The magistrate's wife made a firm decision. Sister, you're right. We should personally attend to Madame Shao. That's how hosts should behave. Exactly. Why don't we go now? Although still a bit hesitant, the magistrate's wife agreed. This matter should not be delayed. If it is, Madame Shao might. Without further delay, the magistrate's wife decided, let's go now. Okay. The deputy prefect's wife felt secretly delighted and somewhat smug. Wasn't this another opportunity? This time, she wanted to see if the two maidservants could stop her and the magistrate's wife. Upon arriving at Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan's residence, they asked someone to report their presence. Li Xia and Li Qiu were left with a headache. The prefectural magistrate's wife and the deputy prefect's wife had come personally, and Li Xia and Li Qiu were just servants. How could they stop them? Li Xia hurriedly went to the study to report to Shao Yunduan. Shao Yunduan sensed that something was amiss, and his eyes sank. Of the prefect and deputy prefect, there must be something wrong with one or both of them. Sending their wives to probe indicated a connection to the kidnapping of his wife. Were these two madams attempting to expose his wife's disappearance? His annoyance was evident, but he subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. This meant that his wife should be safe for the time being. That's good. Recognizing that Li Xia and Li Qiu couldn't stop the wife of the magistrate and the wife of the deputy prefect, Shao Yunduan decided to meet them personally. The deputy prefect's wife was dumbfounded. She hadn't expected Shao Yunduan to meet them in person. Wasn't there a distinction between men and women? As an official of the court, did he have to deal with the two of them himself? Didn't he understand the protocols? On the other hand, the prefectural magistrate's wife was also taken aback, but she quickly felt secretly pleased. She had come to the residence to explain the situation under the guise of a hospital visit, ensuring that Shao Yunduan wouldn't misunderstand her. What better opportunity than to clarify herself directly in front of him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1534. She didn't care at all. Shao Yunduan smiled graciously upon hearing the latter's words, understanding the underlying concern for his wife. He chose not to blame the servants for their apparent rudeness, attributing the misunderstanding to the impatience of his two daughters. The prefectural magistrate's wife immediately felt relieved and expressed her apologies, emphasizing that it was a mere misunderstanding. However, the deputy prefect's wife was visibly irate. Though she logically knew it was inappropriate to say more, she dismissed the potential suspicions of Lord Shao, confident in the lack of evidence. Trusting in the reliability of His Highness, she remained undeterred, focused on revealing the news of Xiao Xian's disappearance to strengthen their alliance with Lord Shao in the future. Appearing oblivious to the unfolding tension, the deputy prefect's wife persistently urged Xiao Xian to visit her personally under the guise of concern. Lord Shao, please don't worry. Our intention is not to disturb Madame Shao. We genuinely care for her well-being and believe a conversation might alleviate her ailment. If we speak to Madame Shao, she might recover sooner, she asserted. Besides, we are already here. Surely, Lord Shao, you won't find our concern disrespectful. Despite the discreet signals from the prefectural magistrate's wife, the deputy prefect's wife continued unabated. The former blushed, embarrassed by her companion's persistence, and wondered why she hadn't explained matters directly to Lord Shao. Moreover, she questioned the necessity of wanting to see Madame Shao. If she had something to convey, why involve others and create unnecessary complications? The prefectural magistrate's wife found herself flustered, regretting the unfolding situation. Despite her inner turmoil, she refrained from undermining her companion, considering it inappropriate to intervene at that moment. Shao Yunduan's demeanor shifted to a colder tone as he directed his gaze at the deputy prefect's wife, firm in his conviction that the source of the issue lay with this particular couple. Internally scolding Shao Yunduan for his perceived lack of gentlemanly conduct, the deputy prefect's wife put on a false smile and questioned, "Lord Shao, surely you won't endorse this, will you? Is Madame Shao unwell, or is she not even present at the inn?" The prefectural magistrate's wife, visibly taken aback, interjected, her face turning even redder. "Sister, what on earth are you talking about?" Undeterred, the deputy prefect's wife maintained her composure and pressed on aggressively, "Lord Shao, have we hit the mark? Is Madame Shao truly absent from the courier station? What has transpired? Is she missing? Lord Shao, don't evade the truth. Will you allow us to enter? Madame Shao's disappearance is a grave matter. Lord Shao, concealing it won't serve anyone. If we don't locate Madame Shao promptly, it could lead to serious consequences. Her mishap occurred in Yenzhou City, and we cannot shirk our responsibilities." Speaking rapidly and with a sense of urgency, the deputy prefect's wife presented her conjecture with confidence that bordered on certainty. The prefectural magistrate's wife and the onlookers were left dumbfounded, their wide-eyed expressions betraying a strange inclination to believe the deputy prefect's wife, despite the lack of evidence. The prefectural magistrate's wife hesitated, her heart racing, yet she refrained from uttering a word. Shao Yunduan's expression grew colder. "Madame Qian, have you concluded? My wife is recuperating in the bedroom." "Madame Qian, I must say you're overstepping boundaries here, aren't you? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1535. Fire. The deputy prefect's wife adopted an assertive stance, lifting the corners of her eyes as she remarked, "Is that so? But I have my doubts. Since you're so confident, let us see Madame Shao. A brief glimpse, we promise. Well, be as silent as mice, not a disturbance. Lord Shao, do you have the courage? Lord Shao, forgive my bluntness. Honestly, I'm doing this for the sake of my old master. What if something untoward happens to Madame Shao? If you accuse us of incompetence, who can we turn to? Planning ahead is essential. Lord Shao, you've gone to great lengths to prevent us from seeing Madame Shao. It's hard for us to trust your assurances." Shao Yunduan sneered. "My wife is well, I don't need your validation. Kindly depart. Once she's recovered, you may have your meeting with her." The deputy prefect's wife insisted, just a quick glance. "Are you unwilling even to respond?" Shao Yunduan chuckled and responded calmly, "Madame Qian, perhaps you're unaware, but I detest threats and moral coercion. Kindly take your leave." Internally cursing his stubbornness, the deputy prefect's wife found him shameless. Despite his statements, he remained resolute. "In that case, I genuinely suspect something is amiss here." "Feel free to harbor your suspicions," Shao Yunduan retorted coldly, casting a stern glance. "But let me remind you, Madame Qian, without evidence, refrain from baseless accusations, or you may find me less accommodating." The deputy prefect's wife sneered. "Lord Shao, are you afraid?" Shao Yunduan replied, "Escort her out." The prefectural magistrate's wife, feeling weak in the legs and with a pounding heart, eagerly desired to leave. She forced a smile, bid her farewell, and, grasping a servant's hand, worked to regain composure before exiting. With her departure, the deputy prefect's wife had no reason to linger. She stood up, offered a parting smile, and left as well. The prefectural magistrate's wife wasted no time waiting for the deputy prefect's wife. Upon departure, she hastened her pace, leaving the latter trailing behind. Smirking with cold resolve, the deputy prefect's wife suppressed her anger. A mere fifth-grade official, she recognized her limited standing. Her husband, a fourth-grade magistrate and a trusted aide to the fourth prince, possessed boundless prospects. Lord Shao's disregard for her authority irked her deeply. Did he believe he could impede the fourth prince's will? Tonight, she vowed to teach him a lesson, planning to embarrass him before everyone. Shao Yunduan hadn't anticipated such arrogance from the deputy prefect's wife. The Yanzhou mansion, he realized, was more complex than he had assumed. Their relationship was on the brink of deterioration, if not already there. He doubted they would hesitate to act against him now. The looming question was, what would be their course of action? Frowning, Shao Yunduan pondered the situation. That night, despite intensified patrols ordered by Shao Yunduan, someone exploited a vulnerability. The relay station, sprawling with servants and government workers, proved chaotic. Seizing the moment, an infiltrator set fire to the compound. The flames erupted simultaneously in the west wing of Shao Yunduan's and Xiao Xian's yard, and the backyard. The scale of the fire suggested liberal use of oil, engulfing half the sky in an instant. In the ensuing turmoil, Li Xia, Li Qiu, and other guards under A's command, namely Bai and Sun Qian, promptly mobilized toward the 500 meters of the courtyard where Qiao Wei once resided. Both the prefectural magistrate's wife and the deputy prefect's wife arrived on the scene. The latter promptly expressed a desire to visit and console Madame Shao amidst the chaos. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1536. Forcing, however, Li Xia firmly informed her, my wife is in shock. Lord Shao is currently with Madame and cannot entertain visitors. The deputy prefect's wife sneered in disdain. Once again, faced with rejection. How much longer could he persist in this refusal? Just then, a maid positioned behind the deputy prefect's wife spoke in a hushed tone, I just witnessed someone taking Madame Shao away. Is Madame Shao truly still in the bedroom? Another maidservant quickly chimed in, I think I saw it too. Promptly seizing the opportunity, the deputy prefect's wife asserted, is it true? Is Lord Shao concealing this out of embarrassment? This is a serious matter. To dispel any rumors, sister, let's enter and confirm. If Madame Shao is present, we can put an end to speculations. If she's indeed abducted, we must devise a plan to rescue her. Lord Shao is bewildered. His wife's safety takes precedence over his reputation. This transpired in Yanzhou City, and we share a responsibility. If we don't inspect the situation and express our concern, we won't be able to justify ourselves in the future. Fuming with anger, the prefectural magistrate's wife felt the urge to vent her frustration. She had merely stood there without uttering a word. Why did he involve her in everything? What did it have to do with her? Not oblivious to the strained relations between the deputy prefect's wife and her husband with Lord Shao, she couldn't fathom why they pulled her into their conflicts. Suddenly, Yi burst out and forcefully kicked the two maidservants who had spoken. Even amid the clamor of the night, the piercing screams resonated with terror. Yi's actions were swift, catching everyone off guard. The deputy prefect's wife, once she regained composure, was both shocked and incensed. She retorted, how dare you assault my people? I'll seek an explanation from Lord Shao and Madame Shao regarding their servant management. Although Yi's kick didn't physically strike her, it felt like a direct blow to her dignity. She had uttered more than the two maidservants. Yi refrained from kicking her due to her status, but she had undeniably suffered a loss of face. Yi's demeanor remained unchanged. He met her gaze and stated, they spoke ill of our wife with filthy mouths, spreading false accusations. As the commotion unfolded, both the prefect and deputy prefect approached. The courtyard fire had been extinguished, and order had been restored, prompting their hurried arrival. The deputy prefect's wife, now even more flustered and enraged, sought solace from her husband. The deputy prefect, seething with anger, demanded, I demand to see Lord Shao. He owes me an explanation. Shao Yunduan emerged from the room at a measured pace, addressing the deputy prefect calmly. What explanation do you seek, Lord Qin? These two servants were maligning my wife, and I find that unacceptable. The deputy prefect's wife gritted her teeth, asserting, Chunlan and Dongmei never lie. If they've spoken, it must be true. Lord Shao, if you have nothing to hide, let us enter and verify. Do you have the courage? No. Lord Shao, are you afraid this scandal will tarnish your reputation? Yet, this incident occurred in Yenzhou. Both my old master and the magistrate share responsibility. It's only right to swiftly address the issue. Lord Shao, by concealing it, aren't you jeopardizing us? I'm genuinely concerned. Lord Shao, do you dare to let us in for a closer look? A cloud of suspicion settled over the onlookers as they exchanged glances. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1537, Suspicion. A subtle shift in everyone's gaze hinted at their growing uncertainty. Was it possible that Madame Shao had indeed disappeared? Otherwise, why would the deputy prefect's wife boldly assert such a claim? After all, if it were merely a rumor, it could easily be disproven by having Madame Shao make an appearance. The notion that Madame Shao was missing, coupled with Lord Shao's persistent attempts to conceal the truth, fueled speculation. The deputy prefect's wife's forceful demand for an explanation only added to the perplexity. Imaginations ran rampant. Lord Shao had reasons to keep it under wraps. If Madame Shao were truly taken away, the impact on his reputation would be disastrous. It wasn't just about public image, it touched on the core of his identity as a husband. The potential ridicule and betrayal he might face could strip away his dignity, leaving him with no face to show. For him, the damage to his reputation could jeopardize his future prospects. It made sense for him to do everything in his power to keep the situation hidden. Some speculated that, in a few days, news of Madame Shao's recovery might be released, and later, perhaps, a grim prognosis of her impending demise. In the midst of these speculations, the deputy prefect's wife, seemingly acting out of kindness, positioned herself as a champion of justice for her newfound sister, Madame Shao. Most people bought into this narrative, while a few remained puzzled and unsure. Whispers and suspicions surged like a tidal wave, casting a variety of scrutinizing glances, both open and covert, upon Shao Yunduan. The deputy prefect's wife, casting a glance at Shao Yunduan's impassive expression, reveled in her inner satisfaction. She doubted that, at this juncture, Lord Shao could maintain the secrecy. If he continued to deny access to Madame Shao, he would appear guilty, and her insistence would make his denial less believable. Lord Shao, do you dare? The deputy prefect's wife sneered. Do you have the courage to allow us to check if Madame Shao is in her room right now? I confidently assert that she isn't. If I'm wrong, I'll kowtow and apologize to you. Will you answer me, Lord Shao? Gasps echoed around them, leaving everyone bewildered. The deputy prefect's wife's apparent concern for Madame Shao struck the onlookers. Her unwavering certainty suggested a genuine belief that Madame Shao might truly be missing. Surprisingly, Lord Shao seemed callous, prioritizing his personal desires, reputation, and dignity over his wife's well-being. His lack of urgency portrayed a cold and selfish nature, shattering the illusion of his deep love. Perhaps, the earlier displays of affection were nothing more than an act, a well-crafted facade to garner attention and build a reputation. The deputy prefect, unable to remain silent any longer, spoke with hesitation. Lord Shao, if Madame Shao is indeed missing, please inform us so we can assist. Otherwise, if any harm befalls Madame Shao, the responsibility will be unbearable. Shao Yunduan retorted coldly, you need not concern yourself with responsibility. Moreover, I detest coercion, and I won't permit anyone to disturb my wife. After tonight's fright, she has finally fallen asleep. Madame Qin, what is your true intention? The deputy prefect's wife sneered, I doubt you would dare to take any action. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1538, Hoaxed. Shao Yunduan asserted, I have no intention of arguing with you. The deputy prefect's wife, seething with anger, retorted, Madam Shao must have disappeared. Lord Shao, you're heartless. Shao Yunduan sneered and wore a disdainful expression, choosing not to engage further with her. Bafflement spread among the onlookers. Well, if the deputy prefect's wife is so convinced, maybe there's some truth to it. Indeed. Why resist letting people in? Opening the door would settle everything. Unexpected turn of events. Sigh. Human emotions are fickle. Now that Lord Shao is on the rise, he's naturally different. He truly has the audacity to. The deputy prefect's wife must share a close bond with Madame Shao. It's fortunate she exposed the truth. Why would Madame Shao be abducted? Yes. Could it be? The deputy prefect's wife grew even more self-assured. Lord Shao, the truth always prevails. There's no hiding it. What good does it do to deceive yourself? Nobody here is a fool. Shao Yunduan responded icily, I'll reiterate, my wife has been perfectly well. If anyone dares to spread baseless rumors, I won't hesitate to respond firmly. Numerous witnesses have seen nothing amiss, yet the two maids by your side claim otherwise. It's intriguing. I'm curious to know what my wife has done to incur your wrath, leading to this attempt to slander her and tarnish her reputation. It's absurd that I should have to prove my innocence regarding the word of two maids in your company, Madam Qian. If I were to comply with such a ludicrous charade, what would become of my wife and me? Madam Qian, are you attempting to coerce an official of the imperial court based on the testimony of two lowly maidservants? Do you consider yourself worthy? Who do you think you are? You, if someone casually uttered a few words and claimed to have seen someone enter your courtyard in the middle of the night, would you readily allow a search? Nonsense. The deputy prefect's wife seethed. Lord Shao, as an official of the imperial court, kindly choose your words wisely. Do you know how to be cautious with your words? Shao Yunduan sneered. I thought you were incapable of such discretion. Whispers resumed among the onlookers, this time casting suspicion on the deputy prefect's wife. Indeed, it was merely the testimony of two maids, and yet the deputy prefect's wife displayed unwavering certainty and uttered aggressive remarks. How could Lord Shao not be provoked? As he had pointed out, how could he and his wife establish their innocence solely on the words of two maidservants? Even an ordinary person would feel deeply humiliated by such an accusation, let alone an official of the imperial court like Lord Shao. If Lord Shao acquiesced to the deputy prefect's wife, he would forfeit all his dignity. Being caught in the narrative woven by the two maidservants would become a blemish on his reputation. The deputy prefect's wife, enraged, felt a surge of frustration. She had seemingly gained the upper hand and pushed Shao Yunduan into a corner, only to find him shamelessly shifting the blame. Despite the deputy prefect's wife's furious and indignant protests, insisting, Do you dare? Do you dare let me in to see, and accusing, You don't dare, so you must be guilty. Shao Yunduan remained indifferent. He turned his gaze to the deputy prefect and remarked, Lord Qian, has your wife fallen prey to some malicious deceit? What is the meaning of this? Awkwardly rubbing his nose, the deputy prefect hastened forward to restrain his wife, whispering something to her. Though reluctant, she gritted her teeth and endured it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1539, Mockery. The deputy prefect's wife sneered once more. Lord Shao, your silver tongue leaves me speechless. I can only feel sorry for Madame Shao. Missing and forgotten, it wouldn't be surprising if she passed away one day. Ha! Shut up. Shao Yunduan's anger flared, glaring at her. Rest assured, my wife will live a long life. Frustrated by Madame Qian's remarks, Shao Yunduan resisted the urge to retaliate physically against her rudeness. Lord Qian, he continued, addressing the deputy prefect with disdain, you're truly fortunate to have wed such a well-mannered, eloquent lady. With such a remarkable wife, Lord Qian, your future must be promising. The deputy prefect's face reddened instantly, overcome with embarrassment. It felt as if he had been slapped, mocked for choosing a spouse lacking in manners, and cursed for his future. However, his wife had provoked the scolding, leaving him little choice. He gripped her arm to prevent further outbursts and shot her a warning glare. Maintaining a forced smile, he pretended to be oblivious to Shao Yunduan's sarcasm. As long as he feigned ignorance, the embarrassment wasn't truly his. Nevertheless, he couldn't linger any longer, even though indignation bubbled within him as much as his wife. Shao Yunduan, with his thick skin, had pushed them to this point, yet he persistently attempted to mask the situation with sophistry. Lord Shao, my wife must have been frightened by tonight's fire and chaos. She didn't mean anything else. Please, don't argue with a woman. It's late, we should take our leave. We won't disturb your rest. Lord Shao, focus on taking care of Madame Shao for a swift recovery. My wife and Madame Shao instantly hit it off. She genuinely cares for Madame Shao. Shao Yunduan sneered, retorting, your wife's concern is not something anyone can appreciate. You may leave. Shao Yunduan gestured towards the two maids who had been vocal about witnessing Qiao Xian being taken away. However, they must stay. Lord Qin, do you find fault with my decision to pursue this matter? The hearts of the deputy prefect and his wife skipped a beat. Shao Yunduan's assertiveness left little room for refusal, even if his request seemed reasonable. Yet, surrendering these individuals to him was out of the question. Once they were handed over, who knew what kind of punishment Shao Yunduan might mete out? What if the interrogation unearthed some compromising information? While they could feign ignorance, it remained an inappropriate risk. These two have overstepped their bounds. It's understandable that Lord Shao is angered. Men, take them away and administer 30 strokes each. Lord Shao, how does that sound? Shao Yunduan sneered, opting to remain silent. His silence, however, carried implicit agreement. At the deputy prefect's command, bailiffs swiftly descended upon the two maidservants, dragging them down as they cried and pleaded for mercy. Unexpectedly, Shao Yunduan interjected, do it here. His subordinates complied, subjecting the two maids to a merciless beating. Their screams echoed, initially accompanied by pleas for mercy, but eventually tapering off as their heads drooped, succumbing to unconsciousness. The onlookers shuddered, their hearts pounding. Shao Yunduan cast a cold gaze across the crowd and declared, continue spreading baseless rumors, and next time, the tally will be 60 or 90. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1540. He wants to alert them. The deputy prefect couple's faces burned with humiliation. Despite their anger, they dared not voice their objections. They hastily departed, leaving in a sorry state. The magistrate sighed inwardly and bid farewell to his wife. Shao Yunduan issued some instructions to Bai and Sun Qian, then turned on his heel and returned to the room. Since he had commandeered this residence, Qiao Wei could no longer remain there and had to vacate at the last minute. As the deputy prefect's wife approached Shao Yunduan, Qiao Wei, overhearing their conversation from inside the room, felt a profound unease. The temptation to rush out and disclose the truth, potentially tarnishing Qiao Xian's reputation, was strong. However, fear held her back. Shao Yunduan would never entertain her explanations, even if she feigned an accidental disclosure. His retaliation would be merciless, and she knew she could never endure such consequences. While it seemed gratifying to exact revenge on Qiao Xian and sully his reputation, Qiao Wei had to prioritize self-preservation. She couldn't risk her life and future to go down with Qiao Xian. Thus, she reluctantly endured the frustration, feigning ignorance. In her heart, she silently cursed that Qiao Xian would never return. That night, Shao Yunduan found no sleep. There was no news of Qiao Xian, no contacts, and no clues. The uncertainty of when any information might surface weighed heavily on him. Yanzhou City, coupled with the element of surprise working against him, posed a daunting challenge in finding someone amid the sea of faces. Furthermore, conducting an open search was out of the question. One certainty provided some solace: his wife was currently safe. The very fact that they had orchestrated the leak about her disappearance hinted at her security. Yet, she couldn't remain concealed indefinitely. This wouldn't be the last time the deputy prefect's wife would act so unreasonably. Shao Yunduan couldn't afford to counter her vehemently every time. Ultimately, there was no need for him to engage in verbal sparring. His wife only needed to reveal herself inadvertently, causing the deputy prefect's wife to lose face. Throughout the night, Shao Yunduan mulled over his decision. He resolved to alert the enemy. Certain that his wife's disappearance was linked to the deputy prefect couple, he planned to confront the deputy prefect that day and inquire directly. He intended to ascertain if his master had set any conditions. Convinced that the deputy prefect would inevitably contact someone, Shao Yunduan instructed Bai and Sun Qian to discreetly monitor him and shadow his movements. In a village over 30 miles from Yenzhou City, Xia Miao was dispatched into the city by his master before dawn. Upon arrival, he inquired at the government office but gleaned no information regarding Madame Shao's disappearance. Inwardly relieved, Xia Miao marveled at how adeptly Lord Shao had managed to conceal the news. While he expected secrecy within the Shao family, he hadn't anticipated such effective concealment in Yenzhou. Impressed, he wasted no time and immediately hired a carriage to hasten back to the village, sharing the information he had gathered. Upon hearing the news, Qiao Xian sighed in relief and remarked, "I knew you'd be able to keep the news under wraps. I must return now, or he might not handle the situation well." While Qiao Xian didn't fully trust the information, it at least confirmed the existence of a mole. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1541. Return. The traitor had conspired with others to kidnap her, and Lord Shao couldn't conceal the news indefinitely. He was certain to find a way to disseminate it. Her husband must be going through a tough time these past 2 days. Xie Jingrong couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment as he observed the joy on her face. He concealed it skillfully, maintaining a gentle smile as he nodded and said, "Then, let's go." Afterwards, the group immediately took the carriage into the city. Although Xie Jingrong didn't make an appearance, he checked into an inn upon entering the city. He tasked Xia Miao with delivering a letter to Shao Yunduan. Shao Yunduan was elated upon reading the letter. The collaboration unfolded seamlessly, and Qiao Xian returned to the station unnoticed. This time, she truly needed rest in bed. Tearfully, Li Xia and the others left, leaving Shao Yunduan by her side. Unable to contain his joy, Qiao Xian hugged Shao Yunduan, laughing with delight. Shao Yunduan gazed down at the woman in his arms, smiling as he tightened his embrace. Qiao Xian, looking up from his arms, locked eyes with him, and they shared a kiss. Suppressed emotions, restrained composure, nights filled with restlessness and fear, intense longing, every emotion blended and erupted simultaneously. It was a tsunami, a volcanic eruption, and a fierce wind. They kissed until parting seemed impossible. Qiao Xian whimpered, feeling almost suffocated by the man's passion, yet she found solace and security in the suffocation. "I'm sorry." After the kiss, Shao Yunduan held her soft waist tightly with one hand, the other on her shoulder. He lowered his head and said hoarsely, "I'm sorry." Warmth filled Qiao Xian's heart, a sense of being cherished. She pursed her lips. "It's not your fault. We didn't anticipate those people being so cunning." Qiao Xian didn't hold Shao Yunduan responsible for the incident. If blame were to be assigned, it should fall on the East Palace, the source of the trouble. She and Shao Yunduan were mere pawns in the East Palace's power play against her brothers. Despite this, Qiao Xian only pondered on it briefly and chose not to dwell on the matter. Having committed to this path, they naturally had to continue down it. A steely glint appeared in Shao Yunduan's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "I won't let this go when we return to the capital. Just wait and see." Taking a couple of steps back, he assessed her. "Wife, are you frightened? You must have endured a lot. I'll ask Li Xia and the others to bring some food over. Have a meal, take a bath, and get some rest. I'll be by your side. We can discuss other matters later." Having returned to the city early in the morning, Xiao Xian's stomach growled, and fatigue set in. A good meal, a hot bath, and some sleep sounded like a perfect plan. She didn't refuse and nodded with a smile. "I'll let you know when I wake up." Shao Yunduan smiled, squeezed her hand, and guided her to sit down. "Wait here, I'll go fetch them." When Xiao Xian awoke, it was already past noon, and Shao Yunduan had stayed with her. Opening her eyes slowly, she seemed languid. Spotting her beloved by her side, a sweetness filled Xiao Xian's heart, and she nuzzled against Shao Yunduan. Shao Yunduan lowered his head, planting kisses on her forehead, nose, and cheeks. He gently stroked her hair and smiled. "You're awake? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1542, What a lively show, ugh. The two of them embraced for a while before settling against the headboard, holding each other close. Shao Yunduan, cautious and hesitant, was careful not to frighten his wife. He tactfully asked about her well-being, expressing concern repeatedly. The mere thought of Xiao Xian enduring the past 2 days and nights made him want to eliminate the fourth prince. Xiao Xian, sensing his worry, reassured him. She mentioned that she had figured out they took her as a bargaining chip to pressure him. Though initially scared and unsure of the situation, she became fine afterward. She even attempted an escape but was rescued by Xie Jingrong and his servant. They exchanged stories and comforted each other for a considerable time. Relieved to see her in good spirits, Shao Yunduan noticed the brightness in her eyes and her radiant smile. She wasn't hiding or frightened in his embrace. As they discussed the events at the inn, Shao Yunduan sneered, revealing all the details to Xiao Xian. Hearing this, Xiao Xian became furious. "It seems the mole is indeed the deputy prefect and his wife. I had my suspicions about Madame Qin, and they must have leaked the news to humiliate you and tarnish my reputation. They are utterly malicious." The kidnapping of a young family member of an official for a night was a stain that couldn't be easily erased. She suddenly smiled, looking up at Shao Yunduan. "If I didn't return, what would you do if the deputy prefect's wife kept pestering you?" Shao Yunduan replied, "It doesn't matter who comes. But it will make you look guilty." "So what?" Shao Yunduan snorted. "As long as I don't admit it and don't allow it, no one will dare to intrude. If anyone dares to spread rumors, they'll set an example. If you're not afraid, let them spread it." Xiao Xian couldn't contain her laughter and sighed, "Thank goodness I'm back." Shao Yunduan smiled gently. "Indeed, you're back. You're irreplaceable, truly." The couple exchanged grins. Had Xiao Xian not returned, Shao Yunduan would have had no choice but to employ secretive means to locate her and vehemently deny any allegations, regardless of what others might say. Refusing to admit to anything, even in the face of skepticism and the deputy prefect's wife's aggression, became his strategy. If rumors spread, and they couldn't touch her, they wouldn't dare to touch others either. Furthermore, they could compel the magistrate and deputy prefect to punish severely whoever propagated the rumors. It wasn't the ideal plan, just a desperate measure, and who knew how long it would take. But now, she was back. "Madame Qin seems so certain I'm not here," Xiao Xian sneered. "I think I'll invite her to come and see for herself." Since she was so friendly, so concerned, and claimed to be familiar at first sight, she should express her gratitude, right? Shao Yunduan's eyes gleamed, understanding that his wife's invitation to Madame Qin wasn't merely for herself. He smiled with interest. "Wife, what's your plan? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1543, Do You Have a Choice? Xiao Xian blinked, smiled at him, and chuckled. Let Xiao Wei handle it, of course. Xiao Xian felt no guilt whatsoever about involving Xiao Wei. Shao Yunduan agreed with a smile, showing no concern for Xiao Wei. When Xiao Wei was summoned, she still felt uneasy, fearing another interrogation from Shao Yunduan. She genuinely knew nothing about the situation. However, to her surprise, it wasn't Shao Yunduan who entered but Xiao Xian. Qiao Wei was dumbfounded. She exclaimed, "It's you." Xiao Xian burst into laughter and blinked. "Certainly, it's me. I've been recovering, and am well now." Qiao Wei. How shameless. Aren't you aware if you were kidnapped in the past 2 days? But she didn't dare voice her thoughts. She knew it would be futile and might even lead to scolding. "Why did you call me here?" Observing that Xiao Xian appeared fine, full of energy, and well-dressed, it was evident that Shao Yunduan hadn't criticized her upon her return, otherwise, she wouldn't look so lively. This left Xiao Wei deeply disappointed and unhappy. Unable to change the situation, she consoled herself with the idea that what someone doesn't know or see can't hurt them, right? Xiao Xian smiled. "I have a small favor to ask." Hearing Xiao Xian's request, Xiao Wei was so angered that she laughed. "You want me to do such a thing? You're using me." Xiao Xian gave her a measured look and spoke deliberately. "Consider yourself fortunate that you're still of use to me. Without my protection, you'd be dead by now." I won't do it." "Do you have a choice?" "Xiao Wei, do you believe you have the privilege to refuse me? Let me pose a hypothetical scenario. If you were so ill that you couldn't leave your bed and needed time to recuperate here, what do you think would happen if news of our return reached the capital first?" Xiao Wei's face paled, and fear flickered in her eyes. I can make it happen." Leaning forward, Xiao Xian fixed her with a piercing gaze. She sneered, "I won't feel a shred of guilt, regardless of how you torment me. Even divine judgment wouldn't hold me accountable. Don't you agree?" Xiao Wei breathed heavily, trembling slightly. Yet, she averted her gaze in panic and guilt. Though full of anger, she didn't dare challenge Xiao Xian. She lacked both the capability and the confidence. Her heart harbored only sorrow. "Fine, I'll do it." The deputy prefect's wife spent a restless night, her discontent evident the next day. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wei sent word to her, confirming that Xiao Xian was truly absent. Xiao Wei even suggested she visit at 3 p.m., assuring her that Shao Yunduan wouldn't be present. Xiao Wei aimed to deal with Li Qiu, and Yi so the deputy prefect's wife could intrude without hindrance. Ecstatic, the deputy prefect's wife harbored no doubts about Xiao Wei's message. Aware of the long-standing animosity between Xiao Wei and Xiao Xian, and considering Xiao Wei's residency in the intermediate station, the deputy prefect's wife seized what seemed like a golden opportunity. If initially, her goal was to complete the fourth prince's task and gain his approval for her husband, now she also relished the prospect of humiliating Shao Yunduan. This time, with Xiao Wei as an insider, the deputy prefect's wife brazenly entered Xiao Xian's room. Li Xia and Li Qiu, spotting her from a distance, screamed in panic, realizing it wasn't too late to intervene. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1544, Smug indeed, the bedroom was empty. The deputy prefect's wife erupted with joy. She couldn't suppress her triumphant smile. "Madam Qin, how can you barge into our madam's rooms so brazenly, casually, and indifferently? Madam Qin, your behavior is exceedingly impolite." Li Xia seethed with anger. The deputy prefect's wife snorted, dismissing Li Xia and Li Qiu's indignation. She sneered, "Where's your madam? You claimed she's recuperating, didn't you? Why isn't she present?" Li Qiu also sneered. "Do we need your permission to update you on our madam's activities?" The deputy prefect's wife couldn't contain herself any longer. "I suspect your madam was kidnapped. You've been guarding an empty house for the past 2 days, haven't you? Lord Shao is quite heartless. Don't spout nonsense." Li Xia and Li Qiu's expressions shifted simultaneously. They were enraged, panicked, and feeling helpless. "Isn't it clear whether I'm spouting nonsense or your masters and servants are lying and covering it up?" The deputy prefect's wife sneered. This incident occurred in Yan Prefecture City. Even if Lord Shao is indifferent, we can't turn a blind eye. Otherwise, rumors will spread. The deputy prefect's wife instructed her servants to promptly summon the prefectural magistrate's wife. The maidservant, loyal to her mistress, agreed and hastened away. Li Xia and Li Qiu were unable to stop her. Although anxious to leave, Li Xia and Li Qiu faced an unyielding deputy prefect's wife. They intended to inform Shao Yunduan. No chance. She would obstruct these two, even if it meant going all out and having a confrontation. Moreover, seeing Li Xia and Li Qiu's urgency to find Shao Xian, the deputy prefect's wife's initial skepticism subsided completely. It was evident that the information provided by Qiao Wei was entirely accurate. Why else would Li Xia and Li Qiu be so urgently seeking assistance? Too late. With her presence, their efforts were futile. The standoff continued until the prefectural magistrate's wife finally arrived. Observing the tense situation, the prefectural magistrate's wife inwardly sighed and frowned. She had no desire to get involved in such matters. Her husband remained impartial, and she naturally followed suit. The deputy prefect's family had gone too far. It was one thing for her to stir up trouble, but involving her was a step too much. Hurrying over, she asserted that Madame Shao was in her room and might have been kidnapped. Now, she couldn't even find an excuse to decline the deputy prefect's wife's request to check on her. "Sister, you've come at last. This situation frightened me so much, I couldn't handle it on my own." Upon spotting the prefectural magistrate's wife, the deputy prefect's wife quickly patted her chest, dramatizing the situation. She eagerly recounted the events, her smug demeanor irking the prefectural magistrate's wife. Why hadn't she realized the extent of her pretentiousness before? "Li Xia, Li Qiu, about Madame Shao, of course, it's true. Isn't it evident?" The deputy prefect's wife sneered, directing her gaze at Li Xia and Li Qiu. "Otherwise, bring Madame Shao out for us to meet." "Can you make her come out?" Li Xia sneered. "Madame Qin doesn't seem to have the authority to decide whether Madame Shao wants to meet her or not. Shouldn't Madame Shao have the choice to decide?" Li Qiu added, "Madame Qin, your approach is unreasonable. The moment you entered, you stole the spotlight and started spouting baseless claims. Our madam is perfectly fine at the intermediate station, but you refuse to believe us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1545, Forcing the deputy prefect's wife sneered, "Who can't talk big? Where's the evidence? It's our family's affair where our madam is. Since when do we need to prove it to the deputy prefect's wife?" What the deputy prefect's wife is saying is truly amusing. That's correct. Just last night, our lord severely reprimanded the two maidservants beside Madame Qin for spreading baseless rumors. Madame Qin, you witnessed it yourself. Why? It's only been a night, and you've already forgotten. You're the one spouting baseless claims. The deputy prefect's wife, humiliated, erupted in anger. Madame Shao's disappearance is a serious matter. If you conceal it like this and someone ends up harmed, don't blame us and our old master. We won't be able to justify ourselves then. At a time like this, when it's a matter of life and death, you're still in denial. Did Lord Shao instruct you to act this way? Lord Shao is truly heartless. Our lord and madam share a deep bond. What could you possibly understand? It's absurd and comical for such words to reach our lord. That's right. Our lord doesn't even have a concubine. Not many men in the world can claim that. Madame Qin, uttering such remarks is truly ludicrous. Enraged, the deputy prefect's wife turned to the prefectural magistrate's wife. "Sister, say something. It's too degrading not to argue with these two maidservants." The prefectural magistrate's wife felt a headache coming on. She had no desire to intervene. "Ladies, is Madame Shao at the inn?" "Indeed." Then bring her out. Our madam can decide for herself. She hasn't fully recovered and is taking a stroll in the backyard. We don't dare to disturb her. Lord has instructed us not to disrupt her peace. Excuses, all excuses. We speak the truth, as sisters. The deputy prefect's wife was on the brink of exploding with anger. She sneered, saying, "Who would believe your version of the truth?" Li Xia retorted, "Why won't you believe us?" The prefectural magistrate's wife had no desire to get involved and wished to feign ignorance. She didn't want to be present at all. As long as she wasn't around, it didn't matter if they caused a commotion. Smiling, she tried to persuade the deputy prefect's wife, "Perhaps Madame Shao is genuinely taking a walk in the backyard? If there's nothing else, let's leave first." This is undoubtedly a lie. The deputy prefect's wife, about to explode with anger, declared, "Didn't I instruct her to stay in bed and recuperate? She's not here at all. We've come this far, yet you persist in lying through your teeth." Li Xia argued, "It's evident that you're the one causing a scene. What if you're wrong? What will you do then?" Madame Qian sneered. "If I'm wrong, I'll kneel down and kowtow 3 times to your madam to apologize. Then, I'll kowtow to you and your sister to apologize. Now, can you invite her out? If she's genuinely here, why hide behind the curtain?" Qiao Xian entered slowly, holding Mianmian's hand, and said calmly, "Madame Qian, your statements are quite intriguing." A sudden hush fell over the room. All eyes turned to Qiao Xian, and gasps filled the air. The prefectural magistrate's wife was overjoyed and finally felt a sense of relief. "Madame Shao, have you recovered? Congratulations." Truth be told, she didn't want any trouble in Yanzhou City. Smoothly sending her away would be ideal. This was excellent. However, the deputy prefect's wife widened her eyes as if she had seen a ghost. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1546, She's really here, what about me? Qiao Xian showed no intention of mercy. She spoke with a half-smile, "Do you not recognize me, Madame Qian? Why don't you take a closer look at me?" The deputy prefect's wife swayed and moved her lips, but no words came out. Qiao Xian advanced, saying, "Madame Qian has been causing a commotion, insisting that I was missing. At that time, I wasn't feeling well, so I dismissed it with a laugh. But Madame Qian, your actions are becoming increasingly absurd. Do I have a grudge against you? Have we ever offended you, prompting you to spread rumors and slander me?" The deputy prefect's wife was flustered. It's Miss Qiao. She was the one who told me that you were missing." "Yes, it's her." Qiao Xian smiled. "What a joke. Let's not even discuss the truth of that claim. Are you devoid of reason? Can you not think for yourself? You believe whatever others say? Then why not heed what my husband has said? Do you trust words that paint us in a negative light and wish to cause a stir without cause? Madame Qian, when have we wronged you or Lord Qian? Madame Qian, why not speak plainly? Madame Qian, repeatedly involving yourself in such trivial matters should not leave you embarrassed to make things clear, right? Since you're unwilling to clarify, let my husband discuss this matter with Lord Qian." The deputy prefect's wife's eyes widened, and her body trembled. She gritted her teeth but couldn't utter a word. What could she say? Qiao Xian's words left her speechless. Ignoring her, Qiao Xian instructed Mianmian, "Tell Ai to summon our old master, Mr. Qian, and the magistrate here." The deputy prefect's wife's vision darkened, and she glanced at the prefectural magistrate's wife in panic. The prefectural magistrate's wife had already lowered her eyes, appearing lost in thought. She would not intervene, absolutely not. She saw and heard nothing. "And Miss Qiao?" The deputy prefect's wife gritted her teeth. "Summon Miss Qiao as well." Qiao Xian sneered. "Go ahead, Madame Qian won't relent until she provides us with an explanation." Shortly after, Shao Yunduan, the deputy prefect, and the magistrate arrived. With everyone present, Qiao Wei, who arrived late, heard the news of Xiao Xian's improving condition. Sun Bai and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief. Upon realizing that Xiao Wei intended to confront her, the deputy prefect's wife initially felt a twinge of guilt. However, when she noticed Xiao Wei's defiant stance, her guilt transformed into anger. Xiao Wei defiantly stuck out her chest, unafraid. She shot a provocative glance at the deputy prefect's wife. What did she have to fear? The deputy prefect's wife lacked any evidence. As long as she maintained her denial, what could the deputy prefect's wife do? After all, one couldn't blame others for being gullible and naive, right? Miss Xiao, why did you lie to me? What is your motive? So, you're manipulating me like a pawn and deceiving me. The deputy prefect's wife erupted in fury, shouting immediately. Xiao Wei's complexion paled slightly. She bit her lip and denied, I don't know what you're talking about. I have no connection with you. What lies have I told you, Madam Qin? Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan hadn't allowed Xiao Wei unrestricted movement. It was as if she was under house arrest. She hadn't had any private encounters with the deputy prefect's wife. These statements made it nearly impossible for anyone to doubt her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1547, Who Are You Humiliating? The deputy prefect's wife was furious. You're shamelessly telling lies, bald-faced lies, lying through your teeth. Well, Miss Xiao. Xiao Wei retorted, don't you, the deputy prefect's wife, excel at distorting the truth, telling shameless lies, lying through your teeth? I wouldn't dare to compare myself with you. You. Miss Xiao is absolutely correct. Xiao Xian added sarcastically. In the art of bald-faced lies and lying through one's teeth, no one surpasses the deputy prefect's wife. The deputy prefect's wife was seething with anger, her vision darkening, but she couldn't come up with a retort. Persistently claiming that Xiao Xian had been abducted was a prime example of distorting the truth, telling bald-faced lies, and lying through one's teeth. Apart from swallowing her anger and accepting the situation, what else could she do? The deputy prefect cleared his throat awkwardly, covering his mouth with his fist. The deputy prefect's wife glared at the deputy prefect and the prefect, complaining, Old Master, Lord, you must believe me. How could I lie? Xiao Xian chimed in, mocking her further. Indeed, Madam Qin never lies. She merely excels in concocting falsehoods and slandering others. Madam Qin, everyone, now it was Shao Yunduan's turn to cough. He exchanged a smile with Xiao Xian, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. It wasn't appropriate for him to personally address Madam Qin, as it would be too degrading. However, having his wife handle the situation was entirely fitting. Madam Qin was frustrated. If Madam Shao had come out earlier, why should I come out? What if I choose not to? Hasn't my husband made it abundantly clear? Your two subordinate maids, born in an intermediate relationship, demand that I stand up and prove my innocence? Madam Qin, whom do you think you're looking down upon? More precisely, whom are you humiliating? I, Lord Qin, Shao Yunduan turned to the deputy prefect, tell me what needs to be done. The deputy prefect forced a smile. Well, it's a misunderstanding, of course. It's entirely my wife's fault. I must apologize. He shot a stern look at Madam Qin and murmured, what are you waiting for? Apologize to Madam Shao. Madam Qin, filled with reluctance, had no other option. With the tide turned against her, she had to swallow her pride. Gritting her teeth, she bowed deeply to Xiao Xian. I apologize, Madam Shao. I acted impulsively. Please forgive me. Xiao Xian smiled. Madam Qin, could you enlighten me on why you are so convinced by the words of the two maids? Why are you discontent with me and wish ill upon me, readily believing any baseless or absurd accusations against me? No. No. Madam Qin was taken aback. Really? Then why? Madam Qin scolded Xiao Xian for being cunning, feeling both embarrassed and vexed. Madam Qian, don't claim it's for my well-being or out of concern for me, Xiao Xian sneered. Do you take me for a fool? A woman's reputation is crucial. Are you suggesting I was kidnapped for my own good? Madam Qian couldn't utter a word. Cold sweat formed on her forehead, and she felt so agitated that she nearly wanted to faint. The prefectural magistrate's wife sat upright, her head slightly lowered, holding a handkerchief in her hands, feeling embarrassed on Madam Qian's behalf. But who was to blame? She brought this upon herself. Madame Shao was a genuinely kind person. If Madame Qian hadn't gone too far, she wouldn't have had to endure such rudeness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1548. Embarrassed observing this, the deputy prefect's countenance broke into an ingratiating smile. Lord Shao, Madam Shao, it's entirely the fault of my wife for acting imprudently and thoughtlessly. The blame rests solely on her shoulders. It is only natural for Lord Shao and Madam Shao to feel displeased. Nevertheless, the deed is done. Thankfully, Madam Shao hasn't suffered any real harm. I implore you to forgive her once you've expressed your frustration. Please, exercise magnanimity. The deputy prefect rose to his feet, bowing deferentially to Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian. Madam Qian couldn't suppress a soft sob as she delicately wiped her eyes with her hand. Genuine tears streamed down her face. She felt a mixture of shame, anger, and regret for her old master. How could she allow him to debase himself in this manner? Shao Yunduan spoke with composure. Your wife's conduct is indeed inappropriate. Since Lord Qian has addressed the matter, I shall refrain from further comment. Xiao Xian sneered. Didn't you assert that you would kowtow to me and my two maids if I weren't taken away? Madam Qian, your confidence is truly astonishing. I'm curious where you derive such assurance. A moment of stunned silence enveloped everyone. Madam Qian's face reddened, and her mind reeled in shock. Embarrassment engulfed her. Too humiliating. The deputy prefect shot her a sidelong glance. When had she become so audacious? How could she utter such statements so casually? Madam Qian hid her face behind a handkerchief, intensifying her sobs. She longed to dismantle Qiao Wei piece by piece. If only she hadn't spread that false information, he wouldn't find himself in this predicament. It was all her doing. Yet, lacking evidence and appearing as though Xiao Xian had conspired against her, she had no recourse but to acknowledge her misfortune. What else could she do except admit she was unlucky? Xiao Xian, maintaining his composure, remarked, Madam Qian, while your confidence is commendable, my maid and I have no desire for you to kowtow to us. As the wife of the deputy prefect, I believe some courtesy is in order. I've always been magnanimous and cannot tolerate unnecessary complications. Madam Qian experienced throbbing pain in her chest and ribs, leaving her feeling lightheaded and infuriated. Why didn't she just faint? The deputy prefect, too, was flustered, his thoughts in disarray. Shao Yunduan interjected with a chuckle, let's not dwell on this. As my wife has suggested, let bygones be bygones. We depart the day after tomorrow. Kindly ensure our peace for the next 2 days. The deputy prefect wiped sweat from his forehead, nodding hastily, while the magistrate offered polite words and a smile. Soon, the quartet rose and exited in succession. Upon stepping out, Madam Qian nearly kicked the threshold and stumbled, injuring her toes. Returning home, she discovered bruises and endured pain. Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan exchanged glances, sharing a laugh. I feel much better now. What kind of person is she? Trying to strike when I'm down. Humph. Xiao Xian remarked. Shao Yunduan smiled, it's not over yet, just wait and see. Intrigued, Xiao Xian nodded, really? I'm eagerly anticipating it. The deputy prefect's couple, leaving the relay station, were utterly stunned. Their minds reeled, a dizzying embarrassment settling in. They had never experienced such humiliation before, not even from the magistrate. This time, they had truly encountered an unexpected challenge. Returning to their home, they closed the door and engaged in a heated argument. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1549, End of the Farce. The farce ultimately reached its conclusion. The deputy prefect's wife relinquished her pursuit of revenge against Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan, not out of disinterest but due to the realization that such an opportunity would never present itself. Xiao Xian's cutting words had left her feeling deeply embarrassed, and the prospect of further humiliation deterred her from attempting any retaliation. A palpable sense of danger emanated from Xiao Xian. She recognized him as someone not to be trifled with. Offending him was a risk she couldn't afford to take, and the humiliation he inflicted had been a bitter lesson. Fueled by resentment, she redirected her animosity toward Xiao Wei, despising her to the core. That audacious woman dared to orchestrate her downfall. If not for the fabricated news she relayed, the deputy prefect's wife reasoned, she wouldn't have acted impulsively, and Xiao Xian wouldn't have slapped her in public. It was akin to inviting others to witness the assault, a blow to her dignity she couldn't easily stomach. While still contemplating ways to exact revenge on Xiao Wei, a startling event unfolded that night. An assassin infiltrated the relay station and attacked Shao Yunduan. Imperial physicians rushed to attend to him, leaving Xiao Xian in a state of panic. Witnessing Shao Yunduan's pallid face, she succumbed to the stress and fainted. The relay station buzzed with activity as lights illuminated the chaos. People were thrown into disarray. Sun Bai and his comrades, along with Ai and a dozen guards, pursued the assassin, but the assailant left behind traces and managed to escape into the deputy prefect's courtyard. The deputy prefect and the prefect resided at the rear of the government office. Although provided accommodations at the relay station, the deputy prefect couple continued to reside there, enjoying the magistrate's favor and additional territory. When Sun Bai, Ai, and the others stormed in, the deputy prefect couple naturally erupted in fury. However, the sight of bloodstains in the courtyard brought panic to their faces. Quick-witted, the deputy prefect's wife immediately asserted that this was Lord Shao and Madame Shao's act of vengeance. According to her narrative, they must have orchestrated a covert plot to smear the courtyard with bloodstains and then frame them. Enraged by these allegations, Sun Bai, Ai, and the others vehemently responded. Sun Bai snapped, "Our lord barely survived an assassination attempt, with the imperial physician currently working to save her." Madame was so terrified she fainted on the spot. Numerous brothers have tracked the assailant all the way here. Additionally, bailiffs from your government office are stationed to guard the courier station. Everyone witnessed a black-clothed infiltrator with their own eyes, yet Madame Qin is playing the blame game. She's truly cunning and malicious. Brothers, let's find the assassin and expose her deceit. The deputy prefect, in a state of panic, protested, "You can't search." Upon learning of Shao Yunduan's grave injury, shock overcame the deputy prefect and his wife. Madame Qin, too frightened to speak further, recoiled. Sun Bai sneered, "Why not? Are you shielding the assassin? It seems Lord Qin is implicated with the assailant. What baseless accusations. There's no truth to that." Sun Bai retorted, "It might not be so. Although we're unsure of the motive, it's evident that both of you harbor animosity towards our madam and madam. Madame Qin has repeatedly caused trouble before. It's not surprising if you seek revenge. You can't escape suspicion. Lord Qin, even if it's to clear your name, step aside. Otherwise, it looks like you're protecting the culprit." The deputy prefect found himself speechless, well aware that his wife's antagonistic actions towards Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian were glaringly apparent to everyone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1550, Assassin. Coincidentally, Xiao Xian had incurred the wrath of the deputy prefect's wife earlier in the day. However, as night fell, a shocking incident unfolded at the courier station, and the discovery of bloodstains led straight to his residence. It seemed like an open and shut case. Regardless of his protestations, denial proved futile. Lord Qian, I have grounds to suspect you're buying time for the assassin, accused Sun Bai. You. The magistrate, relishing the deputy prefect's discomfort, seized the opportunity, stating, Brother Qian, let them conduct the search. How else will you explain this to Lord Shao? If they find nothing, it will vindicate you. Shao Yunduan's injury, attributed to the assassination attempt, implicated the deputy prefect. Refusing the search would not appease Shao Yunduan, and further consequences loomed, including potential loss of his official position as deputy prefect. Faced with this realization, the deputy prefect became increasingly flustered. Struggling to maintain composure, he gritted his teeth. Fine, you may search. But if you find nothing, be prepared to answer to me. Sun Bai sneered, agreed. You've said it. Bah. Madam Qian, in a panic, interjected, Old Master, we can't allow this. Why should we submit to a search? This is clearly, shut up. While usually domineering, even the prefectural magistrate's wife failed to garner Madam Qian's respect. Fearful of her old master's wrath, she refrained from further objections, though simmering with internal anger. Why did it feel as though another slap to the face had been delivered? It had been challenging for her to intrude into someone else's residence for a glimpse, yet they invaded her home immediately upon arrival, even contemplating a search. The humiliation was unbearable. Her resolve now was to bide her time. When they inevitably failed to locate her, forgiveness would be out of the question. She entertained the audacious idea of compelling Lord Shao and Madame Shao to kneel and kowtow to her. However, Sun Bai and the others dismissed her with incredulity. Even the magistrate showed no concern for the crown prince's trusted aide. The deputy prefect couple never anticipated that, within a storeroom crammed with assorted items, a masked assailant in black would indeed leap out from a corner, engaging in a fierce altercation with Sun Bai and his comrades. The guards shouted and encircled the intruder, blocking any potential escape routes. Dumbfounded, the deputy prefect staggered and fell. What's happening? His wife, equally flustered, gawked at the unfolding chaos. This is impossible. It can't be. This person has no connection to us. He's merely hiding here out of panic. Yes, that must be it, the deputy prefect's hands trembled. Initially inclined to agree with his wife, a sudden realization struck him, widening his eyes in terror. His heart pounded, and he dared not utter a word. A thought flashed, was this orchestrated by the fourth prince? The task assigned by His Highness was so simple that even he and his wife couldn't accomplish it. The capital's trusted aides dispatched by the crown prince might be dissatisfied. Could they have orchestrated this without informing him? The world seemed to spin, and he nearly fainted from fright. Observing the fiercely battling assassin, the deputy prefect wished for escape or death, where there'd be no evidence even in demise. At least then, he could deny any involvement. Though outnumbered, the lone assassin held his own against Sun Bai and the others, leaving them momentarily powerless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know if report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1551, unable to defend the deputy prefect's conviction that the assassin was sent by the fourth prince solidified as he marveled at the assassin's formidable martial arts skills. His heart grew cold with dread. Despite the assassin's prowess, he succumbed to the onslaught from Sun Bai, Ai, and the others. Gradually losing ground, Sun Bai seized an opportunity to disable the assassin, breaking his jaw with a swift move. Subdued, the assassin was taken down. Now for the interrogation. We can't afford any delays. Sun Bai declared with urgency. His sharp gaze shifted to the deputy prefect, still slumped on the ground. Sneering, Sun Bai remarked, Deputy Prefect, your turn. Forcing himself up with the assistance of a subordinate, the deputy prefect retorted bitterly, I don't care whether you believe me or not. This person has nothing to do with me. I know nothing about this. His protestations fell on deaf ears. The response he received was nothing more than a cold smile. Even the magistrate regarded him with a stern and icy gaze. The deputy prefect's world darkened. The night brought the results of the interrogation. Shockingly, the deputy prefect emerged as the mastermind. The assassin had confessed to the crime, found on the deputy prefect's premises. The couple's motive to target Lord Shao became evident, and the case was resolved. Ecstatic, the magistrate seized the opportunity to bring to light numerous instances of bribery, corruption, and illicit activities the deputy prefect had suppressed. Collusion between officials and businessmen to exploit the market, along with the misdeeds of his family clan in the countryside, were all unearthed. The deputy prefect and his wife found themselves incarcerated, and the magistrate promptly submitted a memorial. His path to an official post seemed assured. As for the assassin, following his confession, a public act of ingesting poison led to his suicide. The body was unceremoniously tossed into an unmarked grave and concealed from view. Little did anyone know that this supposedly deceased assassin had cunningly assumed the guise of the Eastern Palace's secret guard. With Sun Bai and the others mistakenly believing they had dealt with him, it was a simple feat for him to feign his own demise. While the deputy prefect faced imprisonment and the resurrection of numerous old cases threatened his position, attention shifted away from the assassin. Lord Shao, despite being injured, insisted on adhering to established protocols, diverting scrutiny from the faux demise. The deputy prefect and his wife found themselves incarcerated, along with numerous members of the Qian family implicated in various cases. Fear pervaded, and ashen faces mirrored the collective terror. Gone was the arrogance of the deputy prefect's wife. In a matter of days, she appeared aged by a decade, her once haughty demeanor replaced by haggard despair. Confined in a grimy, disorderly intermediate prison, she had shed countless tears. Her suffering was unparalleled. In stark contrast, the prefectural magistrate's wife reveled in delight. Frequently subjected to the deputy prefect's wife's mistreatment, she relished the karmic turn of events. It was a manifestation of divine justice. Shao Yunduan foresaw that the magistrate, seizing the opportunity to vanquish a weakened foe, would exploit the exposure of the deputy prefect's transgressions. With the family's wrongdoing laid bare, even the fourth prince would abandon his support. Shao Yunduan harbored no intention of leniency for those who had harmed his wife. Qiao Xian, too, found solace in the unfolding consequences. Whether it was the fourth prince's cohorts responsible for her abduction and the attacks on her and Shao Yunduan, or their involvement in illicit activities, they would bear the weight of their actions. At this juncture, Qiao Xian's interest waned. The fate of the once arrogant deputy prefect's wife held no allure. Her concern was solely reserved for her and Shao Yunduan's well-being. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1552, Regret. Qiao Xian anxiously awaited Shao Yunduan's return to the capital in the coming days. The prefectural magistrate's wife harbored a deep-seated resentment toward the deputy prefect's wife for her arrogance, conceit, and consistent efforts to make life difficult for others. Despite this, she couldn't resist the temptation to personally mock her. Making discreet arrangements, she orchestrated a meeting, bringing a maidservant into the prison while dressing up for the occasion. Upon seeing the prefectural magistrate's wife, the once arrogant deputy prefect's wife lost her composure. Stripped of her former haughtiness, she couldn't fathom the intentions behind the magistrate's wife's visit. Overcome with emotion, she threw herself against the bars, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded for mercy. Our old master has been wronged. He must have been unjustly accused. Sister, I implore you to inform the authorities. Plead for our release and save our old master. The prefectural magistrate's wife stood there, a quiet smile on her face. She observed the deputy prefect's wife's pitiful state and tears, experiencing a fleeting sense of satisfaction mingled with a trace of sympathy. However, this momentary compassion swiftly transformed into the realization that the deputy prefect's wife deserved her current plight. Such a person, in her view, wasn't worthy of sympathy, let alone assistance. Moreover, at this juncture, no one could come to her aid. Save your energy, the prefectural magistrate's wife spoke slowly. Do you not comprehend the gravity of your past actions, both yours and your husband's? Even if you are innocent of the attempted assassination of Lord Shao, You cannot escape the repercussions of your past deeds. The deputy prefect's wife froze, her tears ceasing. Deep down, she was acutely aware of the unsavory actions she, her husband, and their family had committed. Exposed one by one, these deeds left little room for any hope of redemption. Why was she still pleading with the woman standing before her? Ah, yes. How had she overlooked it? The scheming woman had undoubtedly come to revel in her humiliation, hadn't she? Are you satisfied? The deputy prefect's wife shot a fierce glare at the prefectural magistrate's wife with her red and swollen eyes. She clenched her teeth, her expression fierce. You must be thrilled to witness me in this sorry state. I knew you didn't visit out of kindness. Ha, you're here to revel and mock me. Wretch. Wretch. What pride do you have left? Just wait. Who doesn't get their feet wet when crossing a river? Will your magistrate remain untainted and blameless? One day, hell meet the same fate, and you'll be in my shoes. Just wait. Shut up. The prefectural magistrate's wife felt a twinge of unease. As an official, everyone dreaded such ominous words. They were considered more than just harsh, they were considered malevolent. You truly never change. As the saying goes, a virtuous wife avoids conflict. It's no wonder your old master has met this fate. Ours, an advanced scholar on 2 lists, possesses a virtuous character and innocence. He would never engage in sordid affairs. You've reminded me. In the future, I'll assure our old master that hell emerge unscathed. Sadly, you won't be around to witness it. Do you realize your worth? How dare you provoke Lord Shao? You've earned this fate. Speaking of which, Lord Shao and Madam Shao are truly our lucky stars. Once they arrive, won't I get the chance to fully vent my frustration? Stay here, continue your tirade if you wish. This is all that's left for you. The prefectural magistrate's wife sneered and waited for the maidservant to depart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1553, Returning to the capital. The impact of the revelation struck the deputy prefect's wife like a lightning bolt. Her body went limp, and she slid down weakly, seated on the ground as she covered her face in tears. It dawned on her, if she hadn't received the news from the 4th prince and incessantly picked fights with Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian, none of this would have unfolded. Regret consumed her. If only she hadn't provoked them, none of this would have transpired. So, why did she provoke them? Now, in their pitiful state, even daring to mention the 4th prince was beyond their reckoning. They couldn't dare to mention him. To utter his name might hasten their demise. A few days later, Shao Yunduan's injury was no longer a hindrance. He only needed to recuperate during the journey, so they set off again. Xia Jingrong also appeared, en route to the capital, deciding to travel alongside Shao Yunduan and the others. News of Shao Yunduan's supposed assassination reached the capital, enraging the crown prince. He issued orders for magistrates to ensure Shao Yunduan's careful escort, even echoing the emperor's sentiments. With the addition of the eldest son of the Xia family, the journey became significantly safer. As long as the princes weren't foolish, they wouldn't continue their assaults after the emperor's proclamation. Doing so would disrespect the emperor, and given the emperor's character, a thorough investigation would follow, leaving the princes with no escape. Moreover, the emperor required no concrete evidence, a mere suspicion sufficed to bring consequences upon the princes. The 4th prince seethed with anger but had no choice but to swallow it. The proposal to appoint Shao Yunduan as the envoy wasn't merely to send him away from the capital, it was a plan to eliminate him during his departure. Unanticipated was his wife's insistence on accompanying him. Nevertheless, it served his purpose, let the couple live and die together, becoming a spectral pair in the netherworld. On the journey, he dared not take any rash actions. If he inadvertently harmed the Prince of Qingdi and jeopardized the marriage alliance, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Shao Yunduan and the others were well aware of this, so they took no extra precautions along the way. The 4th prince, on the return trip, had anticipated eliminating Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian before reaching the West Pass, but he faced total defeat. He even went to great lengths, spending considerable sums to bribe a notorious group of bandits outside the Northern Territory. Unexpectedly, General Longhu intervened, thwarting his plans at the brink of success. Having bribed the deputy prefect of Yenzhou, who was under his influence, he directed the deputy prefect to set up a trap in collaboration with his accomplices. The aim was to bypass Shao Yunduan and seize Xiao Xian. Unlike Shao Yunduan, Xiao Xian was not as heavily guarded. With meticulous planning and catching her off guard, the fourth prince believed success was within reach. Once in his custody, he had no intentions of surrendering her easily. He planned to keep her under house arrest in an undisclosed location. However, he would instruct her to write periodic letters to Shao Yunduan, demonstrating her continued existence, with the crown prince being kept informed. All of these machinations would be conducted in utmost secrecy, leaving no visible traces of evidence. His goal was to test whether the crown prince would still place trust in Shao Yunduan and elevate him to a significant position once Xiao Xian was in the fourth prince's grasp. Unlikely. This, to him, was the essence of revenge. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1554. Forced away. He wanted to witness Lord Shao's choice, the man who had always professed deep love for his first wife. To his surprise, the person had already been successfully captured. Before the news could reach the capital, she was silently rescued. Furthermore, the 6 people he dispatched to oversee her all met unnatural deaths, leaving no traces of their corpses, only torn clothes, bones, and hair, possibly consumed by wild beasts. This revelation left the fourth prince shocked, angry, and bewildered. Could the other party be an immortal, capable of foresight? How else could they swiftly locate his men and save Xiao Xian? It seemed impossible, but the undeniable truth shattered his disbelief. Realizing he had almost no chance for another attack, and with their vigilant stance increasing, the group was just days away from reaching the capital. Unexpectedly, Shao Yunduan sought revenge on his behalf. He ruthlessly dealt with the deputy prefect of Yenzhou, rendering him beyond salvation, a discarded pawn. Shao Yunduan, supposedly assassinated, must have staged the event. The fourth prince failed to react in time, forced to witness his rival's success. Now, he had to strategize for the aftermath. He knew this incident would undoubtedly enrage the crown prince. How could he divert the crown prince's attention and dissuade further investigation? He had his work cut out for him. In early October, Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan finally returned to the capital. When they left, it was chilly in spring. Upon their return, the croplands were bare, having already endured the autumn harvest. Songshe and Qinyan welcomed them joyfully. Coincidentally, Zhao Shu was also in the capital, joining in the warm reception with Songshe and Qinyan. When Shao Yunduan laid eyes on Zhao Shu, memories of the incident involving him and Tao Tao flooded his mind. However, with more pressing matters at hand, he decided to set aside that issue for the time being. Zhao Shu, adept at interpreting body language, sensed Shao Yunduan's lack of hostility and breathed a sigh of relief. Emboldened, he shamelessly roamed around the Shao residence, treating it as if it were his own. Qiao Wei was swiftly picked up by County Magistrate Xiao upon her return to the capital. The next morning, she departed for County Magistrate Xiao's office without even stopping at the Qiao family residence. During her journey, Shao Yunduan sent a letter to County Magistrate Xiao, employing both persuasive and firm language. However, the outcome was far from favorable. Fearing the consequences, County Magistrate Xiao contemplated dispatching someone to the capital to retrieve Qiao Wei. Upon learning that the noble lady had invited Qiao Wei to stay, and sensing potential trouble brewing, County Magistrate Xiao regretted his decision. If he had known, he would have never allowed her to stay. Upon receiving the report, Shao Yunduan seized the opportunity to meet Old Master Qiao in secret. Without mincing words, he urged the elderly man to leave the capital with the entire Qiao family and return to their hometown. Old Master Qiao, irate and ready to argue, sneered in response. Shao Yunduan countered, feel free to try, but be prepared to forfeit your official position and your nephew's future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1555, Forced. Do you believe the Qiao family has plunged into a state of decline? Allow me to elucidate what it truly means to be in such a predicament. The entire household subsists on porridge, struggling to procure enough clothing to adequately cover their bodies. Care to experience it for yourself? Old Master Qiao berated indignantly, who do you think you are? You're attempting to intimidate me. Shao Yunduan responded icily, you are well aware whether I am issuing threats or not. I have never sought favors from the Crown Prince. Do you believe he would rebuff me if I did? Can you honestly claim that you've never engaged in discreet activities since assuming your official post? If you can assure me of that, I might relent and let you off. Are you willing to make such a declaration? Old Master Qiao was left speechless. Being an upright official was not in his nature. How could he possibly make such a bold assertion? While he refrained from being openly arrogant in the capital, he had certainly mistreated those beneath him. Undoubtedly, he had accepted bribes. Shao Yunduan sneered, depart expeditiously and instruct your successors on proper conduct. Perhaps the Qiao family might produce a few more dependable court officers in the future. His implication was clear, with the Qiao family now thoroughly corrupt, any prospects of improvement were futile. Old Master Qiao seethed with anger but dared not argue with Shao Yunduan. What good would stubbornness achieve? Might was right. Shao Yunduan remained unperturbed by the pale hue of Old Master Qiao's face. He declared coldly, I expect the Qiao family to be absent from the intermediate state within 10 days. Should you refuse to comply, I'll employ some tactics to hasten your departure. Old Master Qiao maintained a stoic silence. Shao Yunduan shot him a contemptuous glance before rising to depart. The Qiao family thrived on exploiting the vulnerable, cowered before the formidable, and reveled in underhanded ploys. They readily abandoned their principles in pursuit of personal gain, truly a cohort of contemptible individuals. Despite severing ties, the fact remained that they were blood relatives, preventing him and Xiao Xian from resorting to mass killings. Preserving their reputation was still imperative. It seemed those who manipulated the Qiao family were excessively confident, repeatedly stirring up trouble. Given the circumstances, Shao Yunduan decided to expel them from the capital, asserting no room for compromise this time. After a prolonged absence, Old Master Qiao exhaled laboriously, gazing ahead with a vacant expression. Eventually, a cold smile played on his lips, betraying the undercurrent of anger coursing through him. Yet, he lacked the courage to confront Shao Yunduan, and the aristocracy paid little heed to such trivial matters. Frustration surged within him, but resistance felt futile. Isolated in contemplation, Old Master Qiao rose after a prolonged period and made his way home. In under 10 days, the Qiao family discreetly departed the capital, drawing minimal attention amidst the many similar households. Their exit went unnoticed, as the Qiao family, not currently of use, evoked no interest from the fourth prince's residence or the Tian family. A sense of relief washed over Shao Yunduan upon learning that Old Master Qiao had submitted his resignation the next day. Swiftly, he sought retribution from the Crown Prince against the fourth prince. Having almost suffered complete annihilation, he could not let this transgression go unaddressed. If the Crown Prince were amenable to assisting, he would express profound gratitude. In the event that the Crown Prince declined, he was prepared to take matters into his own hands. His wish was solely for the Crown Prince to provide him with the support of Bai and Sun Qian and, if necessary, overlook his subsequent actions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1556, Dissuasion. Shao Yunduan had initially believed it to be a straightforward task. The Crown Prince, known for his benevolence, might find it inconvenient to directly intervene, preferring plausible deniability. Shao Yunduan understood the necessity for discretion, yet hoped the Crown Prince would at least feign ignorance. Who could endure someone plotting harm against their spouse? However, Shao Yunduan didn't anticipate that his words would place the crown prince in an uncomfortable predicament. Upon Shao Yunduan's direct approach, the crown prince found himself both pleased and troubled. His satisfaction stemmed from the realization that Shao Yunduan treated him as a confidant, sharing whatever weighed on his mind. The difficulty lay in the nature of the matter at hand. It posed a genuine challenge for him. Only then did he comprehend that Madame Shao had indeed been kidnapped, her rescue a mere stroke of luck courtesy of young Master Xie. Yet, it coincided with the actions of his fourth brother. In response to Shao Yunduan's silence, the crown prince averted his gaze uncomfortably, avoiding eye contact. Shao Yunduan's disappointment was palpable. Without further words, he awaited the crown prince's decision. Cough, cough. The crown prince, feeling increasingly uneasy, cleared his throat and looked away, evading direct confrontation. Shao Yunduan's heart sank, and he held his peace, anticipating the crown prince's directive. Officer Shao, I have cautioned him. Rest assured, he won't dare to harm you in the future, or I won't spare him. Fortunately, Madame Shao returned unscathed this time. Let it go. Shao Yunduan. The crown prince sighed, his expression troubled. After all, he is my brother. Regardless, I must afford him another chance. I acknowledge the injustices you and your wife have endured. Officer Shao, do not worry, I'll remember. Don't worry. Shao Yunduan sneered inwardly, clenching his fists in disappointment. The crown prince's apparent coldness and selfishness took him by surprise. It became evident that the individual facing trouble was not someone within the crown prince's inner circle, and his reaction was nonchalant. Crown Prince, my intention was not to burden you. I simply thought it necessary to inform you. Please, Crown Prince, pretend you are unaware of this. The Crown Prince, lacking knowledge of the situation, need not be troubled. Shao Yunduan demonstrated understanding and consideration for the Crown Prince. However, the Crown Prince responded thoughtlessly, no. Officer Shao, let's ensure this doesn't occur again. I assure you, there won't be a next time. Crown Prince, Shao Yunduan asserted with determination. Bowing respectfully, he clasped his hands and spoke earnestly, Forgive me, Crown Prince, but I cannot accept this passively. If it weren't for the fortuitous encounter with young Master Xie, I shudder to think how terrified and injured my wife might be. The mere possibility is unbearable. Even if he couldn't confront the fourth prince directly, he would find ways to restrain him. This was within his power. The Crown Prince, visibly angered, exclaimed, Officer Shao, why are you so obstinate? With a sigh, he took a deep breath and continued, Fine, I'll be candid with you. A few days ago, my young grandson, Qian Yi, narrowly escaped an accident while riding a horse in the northern court. Fourth brother, disregarding personal danger, intervened and saved him, sustaining a broken leg in the process. I cannot overlook such an act of kindness. Officer Shao, I implore you this time. I recognize the injustice you and your wife have endured, and I will make amends in the future. Therefore, when Father summons you tomorrow, there are certain matters I cannot discuss in his presence. Do you comprehend my meaning? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1557. Cold Heart. The Emperor was aware of Shao Yunduan's assassination attempt, intending to inquire about it when they met. Shao Yunduan could choose to inform the fourth prince, allowing dissatisfaction to take root even if no immediate action was taken. Shao Yunduan felt a heavy weight in his heart. This was the benevolent crown prince he served. The fourth prince was increasingly favoring him. In a bid to swiftly resolve the matter, he was even willing to feign self-inflicted harm. Shao Yunduan, however, dismissed the notion that the fourth prince's saving of his grandson was mere coincidence. In his eyes, it was a calculated scheme. Yet, the crown prince believed otherwise. Furthermore, such accusations could not be made without evidence. Shao Yunduan, preoccupied with shock, couldn't fathom the crown prince's stance. Despite diligently planning for the crown prince's benefit, putting his wife in jeopardy to navigate political intrigue and offend rival princes, he found himself utterly blindsided. Had his wife been even slightly vulnerable, she would have been torn apart long ago. Yet, she never blamed him. They, as a couple, never held the crown prince accountable. However, after narrowly escaping death, the crown prince's request stunned Shao Yunduan. He was asked to do nothing, to forego revenge against the fourth prince, and to pretend the incident never occurred. Such a compassionate and considerate brother. But what did the crown prince truly take him for? What had all his devoted efforts amounted to? Shao Yunduan had once thought that the prince's kindness, while perhaps excessive, was preferable to cruelty. However, the current realization struck him: kindness could be as heart-wrenching as cruelty. Disheartened, he contemplated the idea of retreating. A lord like this was not worth the sacrifice. It truly wasn't worth it. The crown prince sensed the weight of his request and felt uneasy. Internal discomfort led him to grumble silently. After all, fourth brother had saved his grandson's life. Persisting in pressuring him would only lead to disappointment. If he relented, Ms. Qiao would remain unscathed, her reputation intact. Why couldn't Officer Shao simply let it go? He professed loyalty to her. Couldn't he endure this minor grievance for her sake? Shao Yunduan maintained silence, deepening the crown prince's grievances. A sense of helplessness and mild panic crept in. Struggling to find a solution, the crown prince suggested, "How about this? I'll grant you Bai and Sun Qian as a reward. From now on, they will have no ties to me and will solely follow your orders. Their martial skills are commendable, and they are trustworthy. With their protection, I can rest assured." Stepping back, Shao Yunduan bowed to the crown prince. "Thank you, crown prince." The term "thank you" carried a layer of sarcasm. The crown prince felt a sense of relief as the awkwardness dissipated. He raised his hand, chuckled, and dismissed formalities. No need for ceremony. Officer Shao, there's no need to be overly polite with me. I've always regarded Officer Shao as one of us. He patted Shao Yunduan's shoulders, offering reassurance, and then instructed someone to summon Bai and Sun Qian. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1558, Bai and Sun Qian. The crown prince addressed Bai and Sun Qian, prompting the two to exchange glances before shifting their gaze to Shao Yunduan. A shared sense of concealed delight passed between them. Having run numerous errands with Shao Yunduan and Shao Qian, they found their compatibility undeniable. Willing to accompany Shao Yunduan for the long haul, they harbored no objections. In swift agreement, they bowed to bid farewell to their old master and formally acknowledged their new master in front of the crown prince. Henceforth, they embarked on a new chapter, transitioning from guards of the East Palace to servants of Lord Shao's family. Though the shift in status felt somewhat demeaning, it seemed, as the saying goes, that a person knows if the water is cold or warm only when they drink it. This change might not be entirely disadvantageous. Leaving the East Palace with the two of them, Shao Yunduan couldn't shake off a lingering gloom. Glancing at them, he remarked, "It's a waste of your talents to follow me. If you wish to leave, I'll release you at any time. However, there's one condition: whether you stay or depart, you mustn't conspire against me or disappoint me in any way." Bai and Sun Qian promptly conveyed their sentiments. "My lord, please don't say that. I've always admired you. Staying by your side and working with you is an honor. I won't regret it, nor will I leave. The same goes for me." Shao Yunduan smiled. "All right, let's proceed. I trust you, and I hope you won't let me down, just as I won't let you suffer." "Okay, Lord." "Lord, your kindness overwhelms us." Bai and Sun Qian harbored no reluctance in leaving the East Palace. It wasn't that they lacked loyalty to the crown prince, but the East Palace housed numerous skilled martial artists among its guards and secret agents. Despite their top-notch martial prowess, they were just that, top-notch. Standing out and becoming the crown prince's indispensable right-hand man in the fierce intermediate competition was no easy feat. To catch the crown prince's attention and rise to prominence, one needed not only martial prowess but also skills or a significant background, which Bai and Sun Qian lacked. Choosing to follow Shao Yunduan, despite losing their previous status, offered them a more stable and enjoyable life. Given Lord Shao's evident abilities, it was clear that he would carve a notable place for himself in the future, from which they would naturally benefit. Unbeknownst to them, Shao Yunduan was already contemplating a swift retreat without hesitation. With a heavy heart, Shao Yunduan led the two of them home, but their plans were interrupted by Li Xia halfway. Panting heavily, she urgently informed him, "Old master, Madam is at the Heavenly Mansion office right now. Hurry." Shao Yunduan blinked. "What happened?" Let's talk on the way." "Yes." Qiao Xian, preoccupied with thoughts of her strawberry garden and the expansive fields in Yunshui town, had recently returned to the capital. Upon hearing Song's report, she had gone to inspect her properties. The strawberry garden, now filled with ripe fruits, looked lush and pleasing. Although the berries were gradually withering, a market trip was imminent. Despite the increased strawberry yield in the capital, it remained a scarce commodity. Aside from Qiao Xian, only a few stores offered them, and while the quantity was limited, prices continued to rise. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1559. Gain. Over 2/3 of Qiao Xian's strawberry harvest found its way to Jinquan restaurant, while the remaining 1/3 was distributed among the other 2 tea houses. In the past year, the sales of strawberries alone had generated an impressive 20,000 to 30,000 taels of silver. This substantial income pleased Qiao Xian. After scrutinizing Song's meticulous account book, finding no discrepancies, her satisfaction grew. In recognition of everyone's efforts, she generously rewarded Songshi with 400 taels of silver, and Li Xia, Mianmian, and Yi received 300, 200, and 200 taels respectively. The air was filled with joy and contentment. The following day, Qiao Xian set off for Cloudwater Town. Despite intending to go with her husband, Shao Yunduan's busy schedule prompted her to take her own team. Setting off early, they enjoyed lunch at the manor and relished the freedom to explore. The manor, meticulously cleaned and adorned, awaited their arrival. With a variety of marinated beef, mutton, fish, prawns, chicken, streaky pork, tofu, mushrooms, potato slices, and more, a perfect barbecue awaited them. The gathering was a joyous affair, with a plethora of fruit trees on the farmstead offering ripe apples, pears, peaches, dates, walnuts, grapes, and more. They indulged in picking fresh fruits. Although watermelons, cantaloupes, and melons had already left the market, this year's produce proved exceptional. Large and sweet, the watermelons and cantaloupes were in high demand. Songshi, proud and overjoyed, devised a plan to store some in the cellar for the Lord and Madam to savor later. When Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan returned to the capital, they hadn't had the opportunity to check on the watermelons, allowing Qiao Xian and the others to indulge in the harvest. The farmstead boasted an abundant potato yield that year, with each potato cut into several pieces and planted. Qiao Xian secretly took out over 50 kilograms from her spatial storage and incorporated them. Having sufficient seeds, she managed to plant a total of 700 mu. As harvest time approached, the Ministry of Revenue sent representatives to greet them. Apart from their own family, the imperial court purchased the entire potato harvest at the price of 1 tael of silver per caddy. While this price was relatively low, being sold on the market could fetch at least 3 to 5 taels per caddy. Despite this, Songshi, mindful of the Ministry of Revenue's authority, didn't voice any objections when reporting the matter to Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan. Both Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan expressed agreement. The court's interest in promoting potatoes was beneficial, and for Shao Yunduan, it earned favor for the crown prince. As for Qiao Xian, considering the modern era's potato prices, 1 tael of silver per caddy was deemed fair. Currently, the potatoes in the manor were being harvested, with more than half already dug up. A small portion remained to be harvested in the following days. Songshi, anticipating the upcoming winter, planned to utilize several hundred mu of land to plant white radishes, carrots, and cabbages for sale. On one particular day, as everyone enjoyed themselves in the manor, an unexpected incident occurred on their way back to the city. Approaching the city gate, they found a crowd and blocked carriages, prompting Qiao Xian to instruct Songsher to investigate the cause. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1560, Accident on the Road. Songsher swiftly returned with the report that a horse carriage had crashed into a tree along the official road. The carriage lay crooked and broken, its cargo of fresh vegetables, grapes, dates, apples, and other fruits scattered on the ground. Many were damaged, but some remained intact. The carriage owner insisted that he didn't want anything that had fallen to the ground. In the end, a few children from impoverished families attempted to salvage the vegetables and fruits. However, they faced humiliation and scolding from the carriage owner, drawing the attention of onlookers. As Songsher shared the details, a deep sigh escaped him, and he shook his head, seemingly unable to bear witnessing such incidents. Li Xia, Mianmian, Ai, and the others, all with humble backgrounds, displayed subtle changes in their expressions upon hearing the account. Mianmian, having recently emerged from a difficult past, cautiously looked at Qiao Xian and inquired, "Madam," listening intently, Qiao Xian caught the frightened cries of the children and the harsh scolding from the young man. Frowning, she decided to intervene. "Let's go take a look." "Okay, madam." "Yes, madam." Mianmian assisted Qiao Xian out of the wagon, leaving Qin Yan to guard it, and they hurried toward the scene. Yi, taking the lead, cleared a path for Qiao Xian and her servants, despite facing dissatisfaction. The contentious scene unfolded before them. "You stinky bastards and little sluts, do you think you can take my things? Don't you want that dog paw anymore? One look and you can tell that you're born to be bitches and specialize in doing bitches. You're the one who said you didn't want it." 5 children, aged 8 to 12, 2 girls, and 3 boys, were terrified. The youngest girls, with tears streaming down their faces, sought comfort in the arms of an older boy. Not far from them, 3 large baskets lay overturned, their contents of vegetables and fruits scattered on the ground, unmistakably belonging to the children. In response to the eldest boy's retort, the young man in the silver blue silk shirt, appearing as the manager, shouted even more fiercely, "Shut up. So what if I said I didn't want it? It belongs to me. Do I allow you to take it? Even if I destroy it, trample it, and feed it to the dogs, I can't let you benefit from cheap things. Disgusting poor people. You, don't bully me. Haha. Bully? You're disgusting. You think you're dirtying your hands by bullying your master. Don't talk nonsense. You stole my things, so quickly crawl over obediently, kowtow 3 times to me. Remember, crawl over, bow before me, and beg for mercy. When I'm in a good mood, I might spare you. Otherwise, you're all thieves. Stealers. I'll have someone send you to the officials to be beaten and locked up." "No, don't, we're not thieves." The children, confronted with a scene they had never witnessed, were immediately terrified by the young man's words. The younger ones burst into tears. Dressed lavishly, the young man exuded dominance, savagery, and unreasonableness. Compared to the children, he was on a different plane. His threats seemed tangible, and the children feared he had the capability to carry them out. How could they not be afraid? Even the oldest youth bit his lip, his complexion turning pale. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1561, Attack. The well-dressed young man reveled in his self-importance, placing his hands on his hips and laughing triumphantly. When he cast his gaze downward at the distressed individuals, his expression turned fierce again. "Little brats, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and crawl over to kowtow and apologize to me." "Why? Do you really want to go to the government office and end up beaten in jail?" He continued his barrage of curses, hurling insults like "poor bastard" and "bitch," his mouth filled with obscenities. His lackeys, henchmen, and lapdogs crossed their arms, adopting a mocking stance. As expected, master and servant alike were brimming with profanities. The onlooking commoners, though disheartened, dared only to whisper and discuss softly. None had the courage to stand up and address the injustice. Living at the feet of the emperor, they knew better than anyone that provoking the rich and powerful was an unwise move. Unable to tolerate the situation any longer, Qiao Xian instructed Ai, Songshi, and Li Xia, help those kids up and comfort them. Okay, madam. They eagerly awaited Qiao Xian's command and stepped forward. Unfazed by fear, they were determined. With their old master being the crown prince's favorite, they were eager to discover the identity of this arrogant troublemaker. Their actions sparked a commotion in the crowd. Commoners, relieved to see someone taking a stand, couldn't help expressing their concerns. Sigh, someone finally cares. Io, don't get into trouble. Amitba, God bless, yes, yes, yes. Please bless me. Good things will happen to good people. The arrogant young man erupted in fury. Who dares to interfere in my business? Damn it. Are you tired of living? When the arrogant young man caught sight of Qiao Xian, a malevolent smirk crept across his face as he scrutinized her from head to toe. He sneered, I was wondering who it was, and it turns out you're such a pretty girl. May I know which family you're from? Tell me your name so I can understand. I'll send you home later and have a talk with your husband and family. His lackeys, henchmen, and lapdogs joined in laughter, their lecherous gazes fixed on Qiao Xian. Young master, why not speak directly to the young lady? Wouldn't it be better to discuss things in private, on a more comfortable bed? Ha 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 ha. Yes, yes, yes. I'm sure the young lady will be more than willing to engage in conversation. Ha 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 ha. Without awaiting Qiao Xian's command, Ai swiftly kicked them down and snapped, shut up. With incredible strength, a single kick sent the two tumbling to the ground, emitting muffled groans. Writhing in pain, they clutched their abdomens and curled up like shrimps, unable to rise. Ai knew the boundaries under the emperor's rule and deliberately held back, preventing the two from suffering further. Otherwise, their predicament would have been even more severe. Silence enveloped the surroundings as onlookers stared in disbelief. Eyes widened and mouths agape, they stood frozen like chickens. The insolent young man's lackeys, henchmen, and lapdogs instinctively retreated, anticipating a confrontation. Turning pale, the arrogant young man sneered as he pointed at Qiao Xian. How dare you touch my men? Tell me your name. Qiao Xian responded with a sneer of her own. I don't need to disclose my name when witnessing injustice. Besides, you're not worth knowing. You. What about me? I'm already flattering you by calling you a scumbag. A person like you isn't fit to associate with humans. You're worse than pigs and dogs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1562, Insolence, You, There. The arrogant young man's anger escalated as he shot a fierce glare at Qiao Xian. Had he not been wary of Ai, he might have commanded his remaining 3 lackeys to charge forward. His foresight, however, prevented him from underestimating Ai's strength. I'll settle this today. Just you wait, he declared with hostility. Qiao Xian sneered in response. All right, I'll wait. While the insolent young man dispatched the servants to fetch the carriage, he continued his confrontation with Qiao Xian. I won't waste my time with you, fool. You dare to strike my men? Go to the Heavenly Mansion office and explain yourself. If you refuse, don't expect a peaceful departure. I doubt you can intimidate me, Qiao Xian retorted. Her confusion deepened. This man defied the typical behavior of a wealthy playboy, refraining from boasting about himself. Yet, his arrogance suggested a deep connection to Heavenly Mansion, as if it were a family enterprise. Qiao Xian speculated silently that he might be a privileged scion concealing his identity. If so, he must have a powerful backing. If not, there was no reason for concern. The Upper Heavenly Mansion's government office? Perfect. While other women might avoid such a situation to protect their reputation, Xiao Qian remained indifferent. She knew her husband wouldn't reproach her. All right, let's go to the Heavenly Mansion. I want to see how the magistrate handles this. Xiao Qian declared. The arrogant young man grinned viciously. You'll find out soon enough. He vowed that regardless of the family's status, if they dared to pose challenges, he would take severe action. A modestly dressed young woman consistently appeared, lacking the airs of nobility and sporting an accent distinct from the capital. Accompanied by only a handful of humble servants, it seemed implausible that she hailed from a prominent family. Could she be a relative exploiting the situation from another city? Determined to impart a lesson, he envisioned her kneeling at his feet, crying, kowtowing, and repenting. Pointing at the children, he commanded his lackeys, henchmen, and lapdogs, bring them along. None of them are to leave. The recently comforted children, now terrified once again, couldn't help but glance at the oldest among them. Li Xia gently caressed the head of a young lady, offering soothing words. Don't be afraid. Just go. Our madam will protect you. Though still frightened, the children, guided by the eldest youth, stiffly nodded. Well, stay with this madam. The group resolutely returned to the city. The arrogant young man, fearing their escape, dispatched his lackeys to report the incident to the Heavenly Mansion, accompanied by constables. Meanwhile, he closely tailed Xiao Qian's wagon to prevent any attempts to flee. Inside the wagon, Xiao Qian gathered the children and generously offered them fresh fruits. Seeing their longing but timid expressions, her heart softened. She smiled gently and reassured them, don't be afraid. Trust me, we'll be all right. Come, eat quickly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1563, Let Him Know Who He Can't Touch. Xiao Qian placed a sweet apple in one girl's hands and a jujube in the other girl's hands. The remaining children took the fruit and began to eat, finding solace in the delicious food. Gradually, their commotion subsided. As the carriage entered the city, a contingent of more than 10 bailiffs from the Heavenly Mansion arrived. The arrogant young man, filled with self-satisfaction, glared at Xiao Qian's carriage and directed the bailiffs to closely monitor her, ensuring she wouldn't escape. Despite his inclination to make a dramatic scene, his uncle's warnings about maintaining a low profile in the capital restrained him. However, obtaining tangible benefits remained his priority. He wouldn't allow Xiao Qian to feel at ease. If not for his uncle's advice, he would have ordered the bailiffs to forcefully bring her and her servants down from the carriage, tie them up, and parade them through the streets. But patience was key. Once they reached the Heavenly Mansion's government office, ample opportunities would present themselves. The audacious insult in public would not go unanswered. He harbored dark plans for Xiao Qian, vowing to maim and silence her. As for her rebellious slave who had dared to harm his man, he plotted a brutal reprisal, intending to break his spirit and inflict lasting pain. They soon arrived at the Heavenly Mansion's government office, and everyone disembarked. The officers cast cold glances at Xiao Qian and then turned to the arrogant young man, greeting him with a sycophantic smile. Young Master Wen. Confused, Xiao Qian realized she knew all the noble families in the capital but couldn't recall any with the surname Wen. Despite her inner sigh about the complexities of the capital, she held no regrets about stepping forward. Refusing to turn a blind eye to such an injustice, she couldn't overcome the moral hurdle within her heart. Regardless of how well the family concealed their identity, it paled in comparison to the crown prince's influence. She had mistakenly assumed he used his authority to intimidate others. I'm just a woman and may not understand everything. Can I send the maidservant to fetch my husband? She suggested. Xiao Qian glanced at young Master Wen, a hint of disdain in her expression. If you're afraid, you can simply act like I never said anything. Young Master Wen glared at her with malice and sneered, fine, call him. He relished the thought of annihilating them all. The prospect of humiliating her in front of her husband brought a cruel smile to his face. Amused by his own scheme, young Master Wen burst into laughter, regarding Qiao Xian as a fool. The other bailiffs exchanged knowing glances, inwardly mocking her perceived foolishness. Though it may not make a significant difference, dragging her husband into the situation was young Master Wen's twisted satisfaction. He couldn't fathom what Qiao Xian had done to provoke his intense ire. Even if her husband didn't arrive immediately, she was destined for a challenging future. By crossing young Master Wen, her entire family faced an inevitable downfall, and it wouldn't be a graceful one. Upon hearing Qiao Xian's proposal, the boy summoned his courage and whispered, I also want my brother to call my lord. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1564, Heavenly Mansion Office. Young Master Wen grinned with a sinister delight, his gaze akin to a poisonous snake. Go, ha ha ha. Go. The half-grown boy leaned in and whispered to a 10-year-old boy, Shao, go back and find Uncle Zheng. Go quickly. Shao, tears welling up in his eyes, pursed his lips and nodded vigorously before darting away. Observing the situation, Qiao Xian instructed Li Xia to return and fetch Shao Yunduan. The influence of young Master Wen became evident upon their arrival at the Heavenly Mansion Yamen. The prefectural magistrate sat composed in his official uniform within the bright mirror hall, initiating the trial promptly. Bring in the criminals. The shocking hall would resounded heavily on the ground, and the prefectural magistrate asserted with authority. The bailiffs on either side brandished fire and water sticks in rhythmic strikes, creating a compelling atmosphere. For someone with a weak constitution or a modest background, the scene could induce fear and trembling. Frowning slightly, Qiao Xian comforted the trembling shoulders of the two girls. Don't be afraid. The prefectural magistrate sternly demanded, Who are you? Kneel down. Proudly, young Master Wen addressed Lord Qin, claiming, Lord Qin, these individuals obstructed the road and attempted robbery. They deliberately caused a disturbance, shocking my carriage. You're spouting nonsense. It's all, let him speak. Before Lord Qin could intervene, Qiao Xian halted the young man named Lu Fu. Don't utter a word. Enduring his anger, Lu Fu nodded stiffly and turned his face away. Resentment filled his heart, directed at those who preyed on the common people and bullied the weak. He despised the injustice of this world and the distorted truth within the court. Lord Qin snorted heavily and cast a cold glare at Lu Fu. Dare to disrupt the court again, and hell receive another 20 strokes. Young Master Wen sneered repeatedly, feeling self-satisfied. Inwardly, he mused, is this all they've got? They'll suffer more later. His gaze shifted toward the crowd outside the court, adding to his delight. The more spectators, the better. It would enhance the satisfaction of revenge. These youngsters rushed out, startling my horse and causing my entire carriage of goods to topple and be ruined. I was nearly thrown off the carriage. They're simply attempting murder for money. According to young Master Wen's account, the narrative unfolded as follows. Qiao Xian and Lu Fu conspired to harm him, resulting in the destruction of his goods and carriage. Engaging in a heated argument, Qiao Xian, accompanied by her entourage, accused him of bullying the weak and ordered her servants to assault him. Though he couldn't identify the origin of Qiao Xian's servant, the individual displayed remarkable strength, leaving his own two servants severely injured and vomiting blood. Requesting immediate attention for the injured servants, their pallid faces and labored breathing attested to the severity of their condition. Sir, I'm truly bewildered. How have I offended this lady to become the target of such a vile and treacherous plot? If not for my good fortune, I might have perished within days. The situation was truly terrifying. This deranged, treacherous individual must face severe consequences. Failure to do so will undoubtedly unleash havoc on the people and imperil the region in the future. I implore you to conduct a thorough investigation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1565, background. Lord Qian gracefully swept his half-white beard and nodded solemnly, a dignified expression on his face. This matter is truly wicked. Upon investigation, severe punishment will be meted out. He struck the ground again, commanding, "All of you, kneel down." "How dare you?" Young Master Wen sneered and interjected, "He's disregarding the court, showing no respect at all. He is indeed not a good person." The children, Yi, Songshi, and Liqiu all complied, kneeling down. Qiao Xian, however, spoke calmly, "Lord Qian, when my husband arrives, you can ask me to kneel again. If I kneel now, I'm afraid Lord Qian won't accept it. Moreover, this person didn't kneel either, right? There's no need to treat the plaintiff and the defendant so differently." Young Master Wen erupted in anger. "You woman, how dare you compare yourself to me? Who do you think you are? Young Master Wen, can you be more arrogant and familiar with Lord Qian? Are you afraid people won't know about your extraordinary relationship? Are you also an official or some cultivated talent recommended advanced scholar? Why aren't you kneeling? If you want kneel, don't demand it of me. Who's disrespecting the court?" The surrounding commoners began to murmur and discuss softly. Lord Qian frowned, casting a glance at young Master Wen. Young Master Wen glared at Xiao Xian. He refused to kneel down, asserting his identity as Master Wen. However, he couldn't reveal his true status and dared not suppress Xiao Xian publicly. Therefore, if he didn't kneel, he wouldn't force Xiao Xian to kneel either. In front of so many people, he had to maintain a semblance of politeness. Young Master Wen sneered, "You're not qualified to inquire about my identity. Who do you think you are? I'm magnanimous and won't engage in a dispute with a mere woman. Sir, please continue with your trial." Though Lord Qian appeared slightly displeased, he refrained from arguing with young Master Wen. Instead, he directed his attention to Xiao Xian. "Is what young Master Wen said true? Tell me the truth. I advise you not to lie and admit it promptly to avoid unnecessary suffering. Otherwise, you will face punishment." While an ordinary woman might have been overwhelmed with fear, Xiao Xian found the situation rather amusing. She hadn't anticipated that the Heavenly Mansion's magistrate would act like a puppet in front of young Master Wen. Despite his official position, he willingly played the role of a subordinate in young Master Wen's presence. The mystery surrounding young Master Wen deepened, arousing Xiao Xian's curiosity. "Lord, I believe the plaintiff has concluded their statement. Is it now the defendant's turn to speak?" Young Master Wen continued to glare at Xiao Xian with hatred, expecting her to panic and admit guilt under Lord Qian's pressure. However, to his surprise, she remained calm, composed, and unhurried. Her voice showed no signs of trembling. This unexpected composure irked young Master Wen, who was hoping to witness Xiao Xian's distress and confession. His delight and anticipation transformed into anger, making it unbearable for someone who derived pleasure from others' suffering. "Have I not made myself clear enough? I don't need your nonsense. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1566. He's about to explode. Young Master Wen grumbled in a rough voice. Xiao Xian, as if startled by him, patted her chest and took 2 steps back. "Young Master Wen, you are so scary." "Greetings, Lord Qian," Xiao Xian declared loudly. "Is the defendant not allowed to speak in court? Must we solely rely on the plaintiff's words? Is this the rule of the country?" Young Master Wen's eyes became even more venomous, and his breathing grew heavier. He was on the verge of exploding with anger and regret. Had he known that dealing with Xiao Xian would be this challenging and bold, he wouldn't have rushed into investigating the case. Instead, he should have let Lord Qian send her to jail first to teach her a lesson before bringing her to court. He wanted to see if she would still dare to be stubborn. His desire to vent his anger had backfired. Meanwhile, Lord Qian hadn't anticipated Xiao Xian's resilience. She posed a tricky question, and with a multitude of spectators outside the court, he didn't dare to make any rash decisions. Otherwise, he risked facing impeachment the next day. Despite this, Lord Qin remained stern, staring at Xiao Xian with a cold expression. Nonsense. You are a woman, refrain from speaking if you don't understand anything. The law is equal for all citizens of the empire. Speak your mind. Thank you for clarifying, Lord. May the plaintiff refrain from interrupting when we speak? Such interruptions would also disturb the court, wouldn't they? Young Master Wen, nearly falling backward from anger, sneered and retorted, You have a clever plan. Do you think I'll let you frame me, Wuxia World? Cite Wuxia World. Cite. The innocent are innocent. If you're dissatisfied, you can present your case afterward. We didn't disrupt you when you spoke earlier. Why? Are you afraid that we'll reveal the truth? Shut up. Young Master Wen cursed. Outrageous, you ahem. Lord Qin interrupted him. Miss Qiao, if you have something to say, say it. But beware, you can't say whatever you please. Think carefully before speaking. If I discover that you lied, severe punishment awaits. Yes, my lord. I would not dare to lie, even if I had 10 guts. I will speak the truth, Xiao Xian calmly replied, continuing her earlier statement. My lord, please permit me to speak, and the plaintiff must not obstruct me. Young Master Wen seethed in frustration. Lord Qin, equally irritated, stared at Xiao Xian for a while before coldly uttering, Fine. Thank you, my lord. Xiao Xian acknowledged. Turning to young Master Wen, she continued, Did you hear that? I suggest you take the Lord's words seriously. Young Master Wen shot her a fierce and venomous glare. Speaking gently to Lu Fu, Xiao Xian said, Fu, you are involved in this matter. Tell us the truth, don't embellish, don't withhold anything. Rest assured, the Lord will make a fair judgment in court. As Lu Fu met Xiao Xian's gaze, his initially angry and anxious heart gradually calmed. He nodded, took a deep breath, kowtowed, and began to recount the story loudly. Chapter 1567, Who is more trustworthy? The few of them hailed from impoverished families, with Shao Li and Qing Lian still being orphans, making their lives exceedingly challenging. On that day, with the intention of foraging for wild fruits in the suburban mountains and perhaps unearthing some yams, they unexpectedly stumbled upon young Master Wen's carriage, shattered and with the precious vegetables strewn on the ground. Witnessing young Master Wen and his horse trampling over the valuable produce pained their hearts. Seeking clarification, they approached him to inquire if he still desired the items. Although young Master Wen declined, they picked up the scattered vegetables. In response, he accused them, subjecting them to verbal abuse, humiliation, and fabricated charges. He went as far as forcing them to kneel, kowtow, and apologize. Just then, Madame Qiao intervened. Lu Fu's heart seethed with rage, and every word he uttered dripped with resentment. Those who listened were stunned. In the court, young Master Wen's actions were apparent. Although he didn't explicitly showcase his proximity to the governor, it was evident that he held a significant position. Criticizing Xiao Xian without facing reprimand from the magistrate hinted at his importance. Contrastingly, Xiao Xian, a woman, and the children, dressed in worn and patched clothes, appeared timid and pale. The two young girls wanted to cry but dared not. They continuously wiped their eyes, now red and swollen. It was challenging to believe that such individuals possessed the capacity to scheme against young Master Wen, who, in turn, seemed far from innocent. Yet, Xiao Xian and Lu Fu's narrative carried more weight, convincing the onlookers that it held the truth. During Xiao Xian and Lu Fu's testimonies, young Master Wen frequently interrupted. Unyielding to his interruptions, Xiao Xian mockingly questioned whether he took Lord Qin of Heavenly Mansion seriously. Young Master Wen's anger escalated to the point where his eyes nearly bulged out. After Lu Fu concluded his account, Xiao Xian chimed in. Once they finished, young Master Wen erupted in anger. Sophistry. It's all sophistry. You snakes and rats are colluding. Lord Qin, I speak the truth. I can produce a witness to testify. If you doubt me, summon the witness to court, Wuxia. Sight, humph. He glared at Xiao Xian, Lu Fu, and the others. I knew you were sly and cunning, and I was prepared for it. I've brought several witnesses. My lord, you'll see when you question them. Lu Fu, incensed, retorted, you're the one spouting nonsense. Every word we spoke is true. Those so-called witnesses you found must have been bribed by you. What a joke. Young Master Wen relished seeing Lu Fu angry. He lifted his chin, wearing an arrogant expression that conveyed, even if you can't endure it, Lord Qin believes it'll enrage you to death. It was utterly loathsome. The witness I found is indeed a legitimate witness. What's wrong with Lord Qin's initial judgment? Who are you to question it? Heh, I sense your fear and panic. That's why you're the first to slander me. Regrettably, Lord Qin is astute and sagacious. A shady character like you thinks you can manipulate Lord Qin with this? Dream on. Chapter 1568, Subtle Change, You, all of you. Lu Fu's heart was filled with grief and despair. The words uttered against them were absurd and baseless, a clear attempt at slander and framing. Ironically, he found himself at a loss for words to counter these accusations. Moreover, he believed that under Lord Qin's astute interrogation, the words of this man named Wen would undoubtedly be accepted as the truth. They felt powerless to resist. Tears gradually welled up in his eyes. Your officials, Xiaofu. Xiao Xian interrupted him before he could utter more words. Don't worry, Lord Qin is an honorable officer, and he will conduct a fair interrogation, won't you, Lord Qin? Young Master Wen sneered, his laughter sharp and mocking, as if attempting to shatter Xiao Xian's calm demeanor. This woman remained remarkably composed, even in such a moment. Young Master Wen was eager to witness how long she could maintain her stoic expression when the verdict was pronounced. He vowed to teach her a lesson, making her kneel, kowtow, and beg for mercy in fear. Lord Qin, too, felt a sense of surprise and unease. Xiao Xian's composure was notable. Achieving what she did required confidence, a quality seldom seen in a woman, or even a man. Yet, what was her source of confidence? Why did she remain silent? Even a subtle hint could suffice. Having survived as the governor of Heavenly Mansion for 5 years without being ousted, Lord Qin had a pragmatic understanding of the laws governing survival. In this moment, he weighed the situation, opting to treat Xiao Xian with more courtesy until he unraveled her identity. Hadn't she instructed the maidservant to invite her husband? Once her husband arrived, her background would be revealed. Providing himself with more opportunities to navigate the situation was a crucial survival principle in his career. After Lord Qin resolved to be more tactful, his countenance softened. When he resumed speaking, his tone adopted a gentler cadence. Wuxia. Sight, I will thoroughly conduct the interrogation. I won't overlook any clues or any wrongdoer. Bring forth the witness. Ms. Qiao, if you have any witnesses, feel free to bring them forward. I will treat all parties impartially. Young Master Wen sneered and shot a smirk at Xiao Xian. He perceived nothing amiss in Lord Qin's words. Instead, he believed Lord Qin must be confident that Xiao Xian lacked witnesses, hence expressing fairness. When Xiao Xian and the others departed, young Master Wen, the sole attentive observer, directed the servants to bring a few individuals along. Naturally, these witnesses had been coerced and bribed by him along the way. He harbored no apprehension. Few could match his cunning in the world. Xiao Xian detected the shift in Lord Qin's tone and gazed at him in astonishment. Their eyes met, and Lord Qin's gaze appeared gentle, a stark contrast to the feigned coldness. Xiao Xian gleaned a sense of the situation, surprised yet realizing that the individual overseeing Heavenly Mansion in the capital was no ordinary person. Though uncertain about the reason for the sudden change in attitude, she welcomed it. It offered her a moment of respite. Chapter 1569, The So-Called Witness, Thank you, Almighty. Please, prioritize the interrogation of young Master Wen's witnesses. Shortly after, 5 witnesses were ushered forward. Some among them appeared visibly anxious and uneasy, instinctively shuffling and attempting to retreat. Lord Qian, displeased, struck a wooden stick and reprimanded them. Only then did they stiffen, immobilized by fear. Lord Qian's countenance remained stern and unwavering as he began the interrogation. Observing the proceedings with keen interest, Xiao Xian found the unfolding events entirely expected. If young Master Wen's chosen witnesses did not testify in his favor, who else would? A self-testimony? Unless he were possessed by a ghost. Xiao Xian couldn't help but sigh with a hint of emotion. Regardless of young Master Wen's background, he seemed destined to face insurmountable odds. If it were only Lu Fu and the others grappling with this predicament, escape would be an impossible feat when had the imperial city sunk into such darkness beneath the emperor's rule? What good was the benevolence of the crown prince? As anticipated, after Lord Qian's probing, the witnesses chorused in unison, affirming young Master Wen's narrative. According to them, Xiao Xian, Lu Fu, and the others had nearly slain young Master Wen, causing his horse to bolt in fright. Only by colliding with a tree did the horse come to a stop, averting potentially catastrophic consequences. Casting a fierce glare at Xiao Xian, young Master Wen exuded resentment. Lord Qian directed his gaze at Xiao Xian. "Miss Xiao, do you have any additional statements?" Young Master Wen sneered. "Ha!" Xiao Xian responded calmly, "Lord Qian, should we formalize the testimony of these witnesses?" Young Master Wen interjected with a smirk, "Do I need you to suggest that? This is a guaranteed victory, a foregone conclusion." Xiao Xian pondered inwardly, "I fear that relying on you is far from a guaranteed success. How reliable is a sure bet, a shoe-in, to ensure your commitment?" Lord Qian, too, found himself perplexed. However, the uncertainty only fueled his resolve to proceed cautiously until all matters were resolved. The abnormal reactions raised suspicions. Xiao Xian's lack of a typical response, distinct from that of Lu Fu and others, especially her servants mirroring her, heightened Lord Qian's wariness. "Certainly, you should sign it. If your every word is true, then sign away." Upon receiving their payment, the individuals, seeing young Master Wen's apparent advantage, eagerly stepped forward to sign the agreement. Young Master Wen sneered, "Lord Qian, the case is crystal clear. Can we conclude it now?" Lu Fu's eyes burned with fury, wishing to reduce him to ashes. Xiao Xian scoffed, "These are your witnesses, presenting a one-sided narrative. I maintain that they've all been bribed by you, fabricating lies. How can we close the case? We must proceed with the trial." Young Master Wen, arrogantly smiling, retorted, "And who do you think you are? Likely just suffering from hysteria, right? Your opinions carry no weight in this court." Xiao Xian shot back, "This isn't a domain where one person's words hold sway. You, Lord, Miss Xiao's husband is here, seeking permission to enter the court." At that moment, a bailiff entered to deliver the news. Having awaited this moment, young Master Wen's eyes lit up, impatience evident. "Bring him in already. I thought he'd turn into a chicken." "Ha!" Lord Qian, unruffled, nodded at the bailiff. "Bring him in." "Very well, Lord. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1570, Shao Yunduan arrived. Shao Yunduan entered the court composedly, clad in a serene green robe that accentuated his resemblance to a finely crafted bamboo. His narrow shoulders and waist, coupled with an undeniable presence, drew attention. Li Xia trailed behind him. "Husband." Xiao Xian's eyes lit up, and she approached with a smile. Shao Yunduan responded, gently shaking her hand and inquiring about her well-being. Xiao Xian smiled, shaking her head. "I am fine." Lord Qian, in a state of shock, almost stood up involuntarily. "This, Lord Shao. How could it be Lord Shao?" "Indeed, Miss Qiao." Lord Shao's wife was none other than Miss Qiao. In the capital, who was unaware of Lord Shao's notable achievements? She was the one who revived the dying peony left by the Empress for the Emperor. The strawberries and potatoes were all linked to her efforts. In the competition for a husband, the eldest daughter of the Qian family fell short against her, and the fourth princess consort sought to publicly reward her, only to be met with a firm rebuttal. No wonder. How could someone with such accomplishments display fear in the Heavenly Mansion government office? He should have realized, after all, how many women possessed such boldness. Lord Qian's emotions churned, and he couldn't help but cast a pitying glance at young Master Wen. This unfortunate soul. He might be smirking now, but tears might replace that smile later, wouldn't they? After all, these two individuals showed no fear even in the face of young Master Wen's master. Young Master Wen's eyes lit up upon seeing Shao Yunduan, followed by a subconscious pang of shame. Jealousy and hatred surged within him, intensifying his anger. This contemptible woman, how could she be wed to such an exceptional husband? Yet, what did it matter if he was outstanding? Soon, he would be reduced to nothing, trampled beneath young Master Wen's feet. Young Master Wen sneered maliciously, poised to speak. Shao Yunduan greeted Lord Qian with a nod. Lord Qian, it's been a while. Indeed, it's been quite a while, long time no see. Lord Shao, Lord Qian appeared a bit flustered. Casting a pointed glance at young Master Wen, he introduced himself with a smile. Young Master Wen, perhaps we haven't met. Allow me to enlighten you. I am Shao Yunduan, the top scorer of the last spring quarter exam and currently serving as a minister in the Ministry of Revenue. I've just escorted Princess Shuangfu back to the capital as a marriage envoy. And you are? Young Master Wen stood there with wide-open eyes, staring blankly at Shao Yunduan. The crowd erupted. What? This is the top scorer. The top scorer is so handsome. No wonder the eldest daughter of the Tian family can't forget him. Lord Shao is a true gentleman, and Madame Shao is no different. She's composed and dignified, and her words in court earlier carried weight. I believe her. I also trust that Madame Shao wouldn't lie. She's so compassionate. These poor children deserve our sympathy. Shao Yunduan spoke up. I've been here for a while, and since Lord Qian is conducting an investigation, I'm not here to interrupt. I've heard about the situation. Young Master Wen, are you speaking the truth? And these witnesses, Shao Yunduan glanced at them and sneered, are they telling the truth? Young Master Wen's legs quivered, and he stumbled to the ground unsteadily. His face turned pale, and he trembled uncontrollably. He certainly wanted to defend himself, but would it prove effective? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1571. No wonder he faced Shao Yunduan, a figure so favored by the crown prince that even his own master dared not offend him. If Lord Qian were to lend his support, turning the case into a guaranteed victory, all issues would be resolved. It seemed like a foolproof plan. But could Shao Yunduan permit such a turn of events? The testimony from these witnesses alone would likely not withstand detailed scrutiny. Delving into specifics could expose significant flaws, not to mention the potential unraveling of other aspects of the case. No wonder Ms. Qiao displayed such arrogance. It all made sense now. Young Master Wen was filled with regret, wishing fervently to turn back time before sealing his fate. Lord, a man claiming to be young Master Wen's uncle is present. He says. Upon hearing this, young Master Wen clung to the announcement like a drowning person grasping at a straw. Overjoyed, he couldn't contain himself, urging, really? That's fantastic. Hurry, bring my uncle in. Lord Qian's mouth twitched at the corners as he suppressed the rising disgust. He nodded at the reporting bailiff. Please, bring him in. Understood. A middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a dark green round robe adorned with intricate patterns, entered. Qiao Xian suddenly grasped the situation and turned to Shao Yunduan. In a hushed tone, Shao Yunduan explained, he is the general manager of the fourth prince's mansion. Qiao Xian nodded, smiling inwardly. No wonder young Master Wen dared to be so audacious and domineering. It became clear why no noble in the capital bore the surname one with the qualifications to wield such authority. He was the nephew of the head chief of the fourth prince's residence. No wonder. The prime minister's officer held the esteemed rank of a seventh-ranked official and served as the chief steward of the prince's residence, adding to his aura of reverence. Naturally, the nephew of the head chief garnered increased significance. What outsiders remained unaware of was that this young master one, known as Wen Fuxin, had been specially brought over from his hometown by the head chief. Upon achieving success, he felt a pang of sorrow for being childless. His brother and sister-in-law, sensing his yearning for an heir, voluntarily adopted his youngest son, bringing immense joy to him. Hence, 3 years ago, he eagerly brought Wen Fuxin from his hometown. The delay in changing the family lineage stemmed from the inauspicious timing for such alterations, guided by a fortune reader hired by head steward one. In approximately 6 months, he intended to request the fourth prince's permission to hold a ceremonial succession in their hometown. Despite the unchanged genealogy, he had always treated his nephew as his own son, reciprocated in kind by Wen Fuxin, who regarded him as his biological father. Head steward Wen found solace and joy in this filial bond, showering his son with extreme affection. At the fourth prince's residence and even among the elite families in the capital, many sought favor with Wen Fuxin owing to their ties to head steward Wen. With such connections, how could Wen Fuxin not grow arrogant? When head steward Wen arrived at court, Wen Fuxin's flustered heart settled, revealing a distressed countenance. "Uncle, you must ensure justice for me." Head steward Wen glanced at him, his brow furrowing slightly. He softly rebuked, "Nonsense. What do you mean by seeking justice from me? This is a court, and justice is presided over by Lord Qin. Lord Qin has always been just. I believe he will uphold justice, won't you, Lord Qin?" Lord Qin felt a twinge of annoyance, though his years as Heavenly Mansion's governor had made him adept at concealing his emotions. He maintained a neutral expression, nodding with a smile. "Indeed. Absolutely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1572, You Colluded. Lord Qin contemplated to himself, "I can't afford to offend either of you. I don't want to offend either of you. Since things have come to this, I'll do whatever you do. I won't care about anything else." Shao Yunduan, appearing surprised, declared loudly, "So young Master Wen is the nephew of the head steward Wen at the fourth prince's mansion. It's crucial that head steward Wen is here. We must clarify matters." Upon Shao Yunduan breaking the news about head steward Wen's title, the crowd erupted. "Ah! Young Master Wen has such a powerful background. No wonder he seemed so arrogant." The nephew of the head steward of the fourth prince's residence, head steward Wen offered a genial smile. We should clarify things. Lord Shao, scholars like you possess knowledge and the ability to present a strong case. Lord Shao, uphold justice and remain rational." Shao Yunduan sneered. No way, no way. I also request that you refrain from bullying us, but I cannot afford to offend the fourth prince. Lord Shao certainly knows how to jest. Head steward Wen feigned a smile and turned to Lord Qin. "Lord Qin, this case is crystal clear. Please render a judgment." Shao Yunduan questioned, "What do you mean?" "I don't understand, head steward Wen." Head steward Wen sneered. "My nephew is an honest lad. He would never lie. With all the witnesses, isn't it clear enough?" Qiao Xian interjected, "So, head steward Wen also believes it's a conspiracy, that Lu Fu and I had premeditated discussions and set up a trap to harm young Master Wen?" Head steward Wen offered a fake smile. "Isn't that the case?" "Of course not," Qiao Xian retorted with a sneer. "I don't know Lu Fu and the others, and today, I just happened to be on my way to the Cloudwater Town farm. Coincidentally, I encountered them on my return to the city. Unable to tolerate your nephew's bullying, I had to intervene." "What conspiracy is this?" Shao Yunduan asserted, "My wife is not acquainted with these individuals, that much is certain." Head Steward Wen maintained his insincere smile. That's what your family claims. Just saying you don't know them doesn't make it true. Of course, you won't admit it. Lu Fu and the others erupted in anger, exclaiming, ridiculous. We have no connection to Madame Shao. Upon seeing his uncle supporting him, young Master Wen immediately straightened his posture. You're just making excuses. This is all a fabrication. You are the ones who harmed me. Head Steward Wen affirmed, exactly. We have witnesses. How can their testimony be disregarded? Shao Yunduan responded sardonically, your witness is truly remarkable, even more adept than the lord overseeing the case. They somehow know that my wife and a few individuals conspired to harm your nephew. Both Head Steward Wen and young Master Wen insisted they would shamelessly persist to the end. Head Steward Wen had made up his mind. No one would dare testify, fearing reprisals from the fourth prince's mansion. Even if Lord Qin conducted an investigation, no one would speak up. So what if they did? Head Steward Wen could easily claim that Shao Yunduan had bribed them. As for the witnesses bribed by his nephew, he held no illusions about their testimony being useful. If Shao Yunduan and Ms. Qiao doubted these witnesses, it was perfect. That would provide a reason to detain them in court for further questioning. When he pleaded with the fourth prince upon returning, the fourth prince would relish seeing Shao Yunduan suffer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1573, What do you mean? This is it. As long as His Highness dispatched someone, it wouldn't be challenging for these witnesses to meet a sudden demise. Head Steward Wen contemplated shifting blame onto Shao Yunduan, claiming he was the one responsible for their deaths. He eagerly awaited to witness how Lord Shao, who had always been fortunate, would handle such a predicament. Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan shared a similar sentiment. Although Qiao Xian couldn't quite grasp Shao Yunduan's implications, their mutual understanding allowed her to align with her husband's thought process. Consequently, Qiao Xian vehemently denied any knowledge of Lu Fu and the others, asserting the absurdity of the accusations against her. Lu Fu and the other children, frustrated and angered, turned red-faced, crying as they helplessly refuted the claims. Regardless of their protests, Wen Fuxin persisted in insisting that they were acquainted with Qiao Xian and conspired against him. She even insinuated Qiao Xian's jealousy, suggesting she resented the fourth princess consort for receiving assistance. However, lacking the significance and courage to retaliate directly, she orchestrated a scheme to harm herself, thereby implicating the fourth prince's mansion. Lu Fu and the others were on the verge of collapsing from sheer anger. Qiao Xian, astounded by the audacity, almost applauded. This was the epitome of a wild imagination. Young Master Wen truly exhibited a talent in this department. Head Steward Wen stood with pride. Though outwardly calm, he exuded internal satisfaction. How formidable could Shao Yunduan be? His lord had fallen victim to the trap he set. Not to mention the potatoes he supplied to the crown prince. Unforeseen was the close scrutiny from both the Ministry of Revenue and the palace. It resulted in a bountiful harvest, bringing immense joy to the Ministry of Revenue and the Emperor. Despite the significant reward bestowed upon the crown prince, His Highness remained in a state of deep depression. If he emerged victorious over Shao Yunduan this time, His Highness would surely hold him in high esteem. Unexpectedly, just as the confrontation reached a stalemate, Lu Fu's parents arrived. 3 men, their faces weathered and expressions stern, approached the court. The youngest sported a beard and a ponytail, appearing to be around 35 or 36 years old, while the other 2 were in their 40s. One had a blind eye, and the other walked with a limp in his right leg. Lu Fu and the others brightened up, exclaiming, Uncle Zheng, Uncle Wu, Uncle Lu. Head Steward Wen and his nephew observed with disdain. It dawned on them that the families of these unfortunate boys were impoverished and dealing with physical disabilities. The audacity of such individuals to present themselves at this time amused Head Steward Wen and his nephew, who didn't bother concealing their scorn. As soon as the 3 men entered, Lu Fu and the others rushed towards them. The 3 men showered the children with affection, gently stroking and comforting them, all the while emanating an air of anger. Their expressions remained frigid. The 35-year-old man took deliberate steps forward, straightening his back. His gaze swept across Lord Qin before settling on Head Steward Wan. His eyes, dark and unfathomable, exuded a chilling coldness. Under this penetrating stare, Head Steward Wan involuntarily shivered, sensing a bone-chilling chill creeping up from the soles of his feet, when Fu Xin, unable to match his uncle's composure, visibly trembled. His expression changed, and he stood rigidly on the sidelines, instinctively lightening his breath. Shao Fu and the others are unfamiliar with Lord Shao and Madame Shao. It's absurd to suggest they conspired to frame your nephew. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1574, Identity. Head Steward Wan sneered. The unintended suppression by the presence of a few individuals with disabilities fueled his shame and anger, causing him to lose control. He bellowed, "You're all colluding. Naturally, you'll say that. I won't lie." Zheng Sang handed over a dark red, weathered oilcloth bag, stating coldly, "Lord Qin will understand when he sees it." Head Steward Wan's forced smile grew more malicious. He retorted sharply, "What? Are you attempting to bribe right in front of me?" Shao Yunduan sneered, "What can you expect from a hog but a grunt?" "What did you say?" "To smear someone and hurl insults. What can you expect from a hog but a grunt?" "You," Lord Qin intervened, coughing. "Bring it up." Since they presented it personally, he had to inspect it himself. The oilskin bag was swiftly placed before Lord Qin. As he opened it, he casually picked up a folded piece of paper and glanced at it. His expression underwent a drastic change. He glanced at the others, his eyes widening, and his hands trembling involuntarily. His expression became indescribably complex, revealing inner turmoil. Head Steward Wan and his nephew were left stunned, perplexed by the unexpected turn of events. Observing Lord Qin's reaction, Head Steward Wan, usually confident, struggled to maintain composure. He exchanged glances with Shao Yunduan, who remained stoic. Head Steward Wan put on a fake smile and addressed Lord Qin, "Lord Qin, what is the matter? Has Lord Qin found something?" Lord Qin, torn by conflicting emotions, raised his eyebrows and replied, "Why don't we temporarily halt the proceedings and investigate further?" It was a common phrase used in governmental offices. It implied that the case was not suitable for public interrogation. Why not transfer it to the back hall and discuss it in detail? Zheng Sang barely hesitated. Instead, he seemed to sigh in relief and promptly expressed his agreement. "Certainly, but it's at Lord Qin's discretion." Shao Yunduan glanced at Zheng Sang, paused briefly, and stated, "I have no objections either." None of them raised objections. That left only Head Steward Wan. However, he appeared somewhat hesitant. Before he could voice his thoughts, when Fu Xin interjected, "No. Why can't we conduct the interrogation openly? Is someone trying to manipulate things covertly?" "Humph, dream on." If everyone agreed, he felt compelled to disagree. There had to be something fishy. When Fu Xin thought as much, and Head Steward Wan, initially harboring suspicions, found assurance in his nephew's proclamation. "Exactly. Lord Qin, there's no harm in being forthright." Lord Qin regarded Head Steward Wan and his nephew with pity. It seemed they might not comprehend the consequences of their actions. Since they were resolute in their stance, why not fulfill their wish? Having already suggested the idea, and with their rejection, Lord Qin felt justified. Even if the fourth prince were dissatisfied, he couldn't be blamed. In that case, it's settled. Lord Qin rose, bowed slightly, and cupped his hands towards Zheng Sang. "General Zheng, please proceed." "General Zheng? What kind of general was this? Did they mishear, or did Lord Qin misspeak?" Head Steward Wan and his nephew exchanged bewildered glances, attempting to discern each other's expressions as if questioning the accuracy of what they heard. The onlookers were also taken aback. The surrounding commoners were left in shock, their gasps audible. What? What did Lord Qin say just now? Did you hear that? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1575. It actually became like this. I didn't hear it. I must have heard wrongly. Zheng Sang chuckled self-deprecatingly. Lord Qin, please, I'm no longer a general. I'm just a commoner now. Greetings, Lord. Zheng Sang cast a quiet gaze at Head Steward Wan. His dispassionate tone struck the heart of Head Steward Wan like a heavy hammer. These children are all offspring of my former brothers. Their fathers were comrades in arms with me on the northern battlefield, sharing life and death together. They returned from the battlefield with injuries, illnesses, or disabilities. A decade has passed, and many are no longer with us. Some of these children have lost their fathers, and others have lost both parents. In our residence, there are no fewer than 20 to 30 children in similar circumstances. Over 10 disabled brothers, like their fathers, are still grappling with life. Including elderly, frail, women, and children, there are over 70 in total. Our surviving brothers may be incapable, but we cannot let the families and children of our fallen comrades suffer. These children are remarkably resilient. If they possess strength, they labor as porters, engage in manual work, or become apprentices. If strength eludes them, they find alternative ways to contribute, such as doing odd jobs, washing clothes, or gathering wild vegetables and fruits outside the city. Shao Fu, Shao Air, and the others have ventured out of the city to forage for food multiple times, and today won't be the last. I fail to comprehend how this led to accusations of collusion with Madame Shao to frame young Master Wan. Though our achievements may not be grand, we instilled in them principles of integrity from a young age. If they were to commit such an act, I want to shield them from your judgment. I, Zheng Sang, dare not claim exceptional prowess. In the past, I participated in more than 10 battles on the northern front, vanquishing over 100 foes. I once captured a prince, a king, and a monarch, saving General Sun's life. My life was nearly claimed by the King of Hell. I fear no peril. I won't let this matter slide. Even if it costs me my life, I won't tolerate baseless slander. Wen Fuxin, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, scorned Zheng Sang's words. He sneered and jeered, "Oh, boasting about your feats. Shamelessly bragging here. What a joke, you, oh." Uncle, Wen Fuxin shielded his face, casting a bewildered look at Head Steward Wan. Shocked and confused, he couldn't fathom why his caring biological uncle would resort to a slap. Head Steward Wan, agitated and vexed, lacked the time to explain. He spoke with frustration, his voice lowered to a hiss, "Stay silent." Enraged, Zheng Sang rebuked sharply, "What is the meaning of this? How dare you subject me to such humiliation?" Shao Yunduan sighed. General Zheng risked his life for the Great Qin, valiantly defending against external threats. He nearly lost his life on the northern battlefield, only to face scorn like this. What a woeful and pitiable fate. General Zheng, please compose yourself. He is the nephew of the head steward of the prince's mansion. Arguing with him won't yield anything. Zheng Sang, Lu Changming, and Wu Guan seethed with anger. The state of the world has truly deteriorated. This is the Great Qin we risked our lives to protect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1576, Gathering of the Gods in the Heavenly Mansion. I can't help but feel sorry for these children. What wrong have they done? Their father laid down his life for the Great Qin Empire, and yet his son has to endure such humiliation, picking up discarded vegetables and fruits. Elder brother Zheng, I harbor so much resentment towards him. This is far from over. Far from over. Onlookers seethed with anger, unleashing a torrent of curses. This is inhumane. Is he even human? Bullying the less fortunate. Is this the way of the world? It's disheartening. The virtuous never seem to get what they deserve. Without General Zheng and others risking their lives to defend against foreign enemies, how could people revel in luxury and indulge in drunkenness? The imperial court's treatment of them and their families is excessively callous and heartless. Who would dare to enlist in the army in the future? Who would willingly go to the battlefield? Certainly not me. I won't allow my son to go either. Indeed. I'd rather take out loans than subject myself to that. Why would His Highness the Fourth Prince appoint such an individual to a crucial position? It's beyond comprehension. Like master, like servant. Quiet down, watch your words. Trouble may arise from your loose tongue. Head Steward Wen could no longer maintain his confident composure. His expression reflected defeat, and cold sweat adorned his forehead. In his heart, he lamented, "It's over, it's over." When Fuxin covered his face, still nursing a sense of injustice. His countenance betrayed embarrassment, fear, and confusion. Even at this moment, he couldn't fathom the situation. Why was his uncle so apprehensive about these destitute individuals? So what if he's a general? What kind of nonsense general behaves like this? No one would suspect he's a beggar by the roadside. Head Steward Wen tossed aside any concern for his dignity or reputation. A forced smile stretched across his pallid face as he offered profuse apologies to Jing Sang. Disgust and anger had long consumed Jing Sang and the others. They paid little attention to the steward's attempts at remorse. Wu Guan, boiling with rage, had already stormed out, hurling curses as he seized a horse from the heavenly mansion and galloped straight to the Ministry of Justice to seek justice. Before long, representatives from the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Personnel arrived. Delegates from the Great Justice Temple followed suit. General Sun personally made his way to the scene. Soon after, emissaries from the palace joined the gathering. The Crown Prince, the Fourth Prince, and other princes arrived in succession, turning the once serene heavenly mansion into a chaotic assembly of high-ranking officials. Given the circumstances, a public trial was out of the question. All involved parties were ushered to the back hall. The Crown Prince and the other princes took their seats, while the rest stood. Lord Qin, initially handling the case, positioned himself at the rear, his face betraying palpable nervousness. Zheng Sang and his companions stood on the sidelines, observing the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Head Steward Wen and his nephew knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. The swift escalation of the case to the palace owed much to General Sun's intervention. As Consort Des' younger brother and the current head of the Sun family, General Sun owed his life to Zheng Sang's past heroics. Zheng Sang, in turn, had amassed numerous accolades and rewards from the court, including praise and recognition from the emperor himself. The documents previously submitted by Zheng Sang to Lord Qin showcased a litany of imperial court notices, highlighting countless military merits and honors earned through his dedicated service. General Sun had consistently held Zheng Sang in high regard, envisioning him as a potential trusted aide to be cultivated. However, upon his return to the capital from the northern regions, Zheng Sang found himself at odds with the bureaucratic intricacies of the capital and disapproved of the Sun family's conduct. Adding to his challenges, Zheng Sang was acutely aware that his act of saving General Sun's life had forged an indelible connection in the eyes of the public. He was seen as inherently associated with General Sunday. Beyond his reliance on General Sun, he recognized that establishing himself independently would be an uphill battle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1577, but this time, it's too much. However, he harbored no desire to become entangled with the Sun family. As a result, he made the difficult decision to resign. Despite the numerous comrades he had lost on the battlefield and being an orphan without familial ties, he chose not to return to his hometown. Instead, he remained in the capital, dedicated to caring for the families of his fallen brothers. Gradually, a community of such individuals gathered around him, numbering nearly 76. They resided in a makeshift slum in North City, facing the challenges of being orphans, widows, or disabled veterans retired from the battlefield. Many grappled with illnesses, lacking access to proper medical care. Most were unversed in administrative matters, finding solace only in labor-intensive, physically demanding tasks. Despite their hardships, they gritted their teeth and persevered. Throughout these years, Zheng Sang never sought out General Sunday. However, the accumulation of a decade's worth of difficulties and resentment within him finally reached a breaking point. A spark ignited, resulting in a resounding explosion, today's incident. Upon hearing the news, General Sun, being the second prince's uncle, found joy in the opportunity. He promptly consulted with an advisor, informed his wife, and had Princess Concubine Virtue report the matter to the emperor. Princess Concubine Virtue urgently sought an audience with the emperor, considering the involvement of Lord Shao, Madame Shao, and a general with significant past contributions, an affair worthy of the emperor's attention. The crown prince and the other princes could not afford to remain passive in the face of an incident within the palace, particularly the crown prince, who would undoubtedly be compelled to intervene. The atmosphere at the scene soured. The fourth prince maintained an expressionless demeanor, harboring a wish to kick both individuals to their demise. It appeared that the person in charge treated his dog poorly. Treating the dog too well would imply it was a human with the freedom to act as it pleased. Since it was a dog, all the unscrupulous actions would be attributed to the master. Once everyone was assembled, the crown prince let out a sigh and cast a complex look at Shao Yunduan. He inquired, "Officer Shao, what is happening? Enlighten me." As Shao Yunduan was the most knowledgeable among those involved, he assumed the role of questioning. Wen Fuxin remained utterly clueless, still muddled and unaware of the situation. Observing the presence of the crown prince, the fourth prince, the second prince, and the third prince, he felt an unexpected surge of excitement. What did this signify? It meant that his uncle held considerable influence. See, the crown prince and the fourth prince were both present. His uncle, as the trusted aide of the fourth prince, surely wouldn't let them suffer. The crown prince, known for his benevolence, wouldn't disrespect the fourth prince. As long as the crown prince extended courtesy to the fourth prince, no one would dare to utter a word against them. These people would undoubtedly have to kneel before him later, concerned that Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian might say something detrimental, when Fuxin hastily interjected, "Crown Prince, I am innocent. Please help me." Shao Yunduan raised his voice, cutting him off. The rules at the fourth prince's mansion are commendable. How dare a servant show disregard for the crown prince? How dare he speak in front of the crown prince? The onlookers were left in stunned silence. The crown prince felt a tinge of awkwardness. Initially, he had no intention to intervene, but faced with the servant's insolence, his usual restraint wavered, contemplating whether to engage in a confrontation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1578, Lawless. But to his surprise, Shao Yunduan spoke up. No one could have anticipated Shao Yunduan's decision to speak. Adding to the unexpected nature of Shao Yunduan's intervention was the fact that he projected an image of a scholarly figure, worth no more than 1,000th of a tael, to be used judiciously. Yet here he was, an imperial court official, engaging in a public dispute with a servant, a situation that was utterly demeaning. Certainly, none of those observing the scene would ever consider such behavior. Unless, perhaps, it involved the fourth prince. As the master of Wen Fuxin, it seemed fitting for him to reprimand his servant. However, contrary to expectations, the fourth prince didn't want assumptions to prevail. Upon hearing Wen Fuxin speak, he involuntarily sighed in relief, planning to scold him later and allow him to explain himself first. Shao Yunduan's careless comment caught everyone off guard. Unable to tolerate it any longer, one of the fourth prince's aides sneered and calmly remarked, "Lord Shao, is it necessary to be so serious with a mere servant? It seems a bit demeaning." The crown prince, feeling embarrassed, became even more uncomfortable. "Your lordship, you're mistaken," Shao Yunduan responded with a serious tone. How could a mere servant of the fourth prince show disrespect to the crown prince? What would people think? They might assume the fourth prince harbors ulterior motives and cares little for the crown prince. How else could a servant dare to be so presumptuous? Such an act could tarnish the reputation of the fourth prince. I am doing this for his sake. We adhere to the rules of the Tian family. It's not child's play. Why shouldn't we take it seriously? Consult the elders of the Ministry of Rights if you doubt whether a servant can belittle the crown prince without repercussions. It's a matter of principle. The advisor was left speechless, cursing Shao Yunduan internally for his quibbling and reasoning. Despite his frustration, he lowered his head, refraining from challenging Shao Yunduan. Glaring at Wen Fuxin, the fourth prince scolded him in a low voice, "You, insolent servant. Who gave you permission to speak out of turn? Are you trying to sow discord between the crown prince and me? Apologize to the crown prince immediately." His gaze bore into Shao Yunduan, harboring a desire to see him pay dearly for his words. Wen Fuxin, visibly terrified, paled as he hastily prostrated himself before the crown prince. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. Crown prince, please have mercy. I never meant to disrespect you. I only feared that Lord Shao would utter baseless accusations. Enough, I won't argue with you any further. You may leave. Recalling Shao Yunduan's remarks, the crown prince couldn't help but feel repulsed. Listening to someone badmouth Shao Yunduan, even though it was Shao Yunduan himself doing the talking, left a bitter taste. No wonder Officer Shao was infuriated and refused to show any courtesy to Wen Fuxin. Such a slave was undoubtedly of questionable character. Despite his feelings, the crown prince, mindful of decorum, extended a modicum of courtesy to Shao Yunduan. Officer Shao, please proceed. Shao Yunduan responded, Ms. Qiao is the key witness. Ms. Qiao, could you please provide your account of the events? Yes, Qiao Xian began, narrating the details. Subsequently, they questioned Lu Fu and the others, who corroborated the truth. The tales were humiliating, distressing, and filled with sorrow and outrage. As the accounts unfolded, tears were shed, and sobs punctuated the air. The ministers directed their gazes at head steward Wan and his nephew, further stoking the crown prince's anger. Zheng Sang and the others shared in the collective heartbreak and indignation. Wu Guan clenched his teeth and spat, yearning to mete out punishment to Wen Fuxin. General Sun, incensed, voiced his outrage. This is beyond the pale. Utterly despicable. How could you subject these children to such humiliation? Have you no humanity? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1579. Head Steward Wen's Dizziness. Wen Fuxin persisted in his attempt to quibble. Shut up. Head Steward Wen delivered a forceful kick to his chest without a hint of mercy. The impact sent Wen Fuxin sprawling backward on the ground, clutching his throbbing chest. Surprised, he looked up at his uncle and stammered, "Uncle, bastard." Head Steward Wen's eyes bore into him with disappointment. He gritted his teeth and admonished, "The Crown Prince is granting you an opportunity. Spit out the truth. If you dare conceal anything, you can kiss your sorry life goodbye." Despite the presence of court officials, the Crown Prince, numerous princes, Shao Yunduan, and Zheng Sang, the sensitivity of their identities loomed large. Did this fool think he could deceive them with a few words? Had they been dealing only with Shao Yunduan and the others, they might have been under the fourth prince's control. Facing a group of commoners, perhaps they could have turned a blind eye and cooperated, but the circumstances had changed. Wen Fuxin was dumbfounded. It's easy for a person to puff up and float, but abruptly deflating them is a challenging task. It evokes embarrassment and resistance from the core. Zheng Sang sneered. "Crown Prince, please conduct a thorough investigation. I demand justice." Cough, General Zheng, rest assured. I will provide a satisfactory explanation, the Crown Prince assured. General Sun, indignant, addressed Zheng Sang, "Little Zheng, don't be disheartened. I won't let you endure such humiliation and injustice. You're all esteemed defenders of Great Qin, sacrificing for our country and its prosperity. With the imperial court, the emperor, and the Crown Prince aware of this, they won't turn a blind eye. Without your contributions, Great Qin wouldn't enjoy its stability and prosperity. You shouldn't be subjected to such treatment. It's a letdown for the soldiers and the commoners alike. Head Steward Wen teetered on the verge of losing consciousness. His heart pounded so rapidly that each breath seemed a struggle. Wen Fuxin belatedly grasped the gravity of the situation. Observing the dignitaries, whose mere presence could create seismic shifts, sporting stern expressions, he couldn't deny the impending trouble. Wen Fuxin lacked audacity, often trembling in the face of power he misused to intimidate others. As the reality set in, fear gnawed at him, and his body quivered uncontrollably. Desiring to proclaim his innocence, the words stuck in his throat. He rose and knelt on the ground, initiating a rapid sequence of kowtows. Dong dong dong. He implored, "Crown Prince, spare me. Crown Prince, spare me. Your Highness, spare me." Wu Guan, with disdain, spat and coldly rebuked, "Shameless. Disgusting." The Crown Prince's countenance darkened. "So, it turns out you are the perpetrator, the one inflicting harm on others?" Wen Fuxin could only kowtow, his face drained of color, unable to utter a single word. The Crown Prince erupted, "Bastard." Head Steward Wen, acknowledging his failure, joined his nephew on the ground, incessantly kowtowing. "Crown Prince, please calm down. I failed in guiding my nephew. I'm also at fault. Please grant us a chance to rectify our ways. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1580, Lord Qin's Headache. General Sun sneered. Head Steward Wen truly lives up to his title, decisive and bold. If not for the uproar today, would he have shown such courage? I heard that just moments ago, when he stood in the heavenly mansion Yaman's court, he exuded arrogance. Shao Yunduan spoke calmly, "General Sun makes a valid point. Head Steward Wen accused my wife of colluding with Shao Fu to harm his nephew. I find it peculiar that he wasn't present during the incident, yet he seemed well informed. Shouldn't Lord Qin have been the one to question him?" Zheng Sang added with a cold tone, "Lord Shao is correct. Before the Crown Prince and others were made aware, you didn't express concern about failing to guide your nephew properly. Now you seek a chance for redemption. What kind of game are you playing with us?" General Sun slammed the table. "This is beyond forgiveness." The fourth prince harbored deep animosity, yet he understood that the head steward's tenure was doomed. Even if his life were spared, the position of head steward was forfeit, and his nephew's fate far from assured. General Sun and the second brother wouldn't let the matter rest, and his father would struggle to justify it. Attempting to garner support from the generals was futile. Who would believe him after witnessing the fate of Zheng Sang and the others? The fourth prince, foreseeing trouble down the line, decided to distance himself from the head steward. Coldly, he declared, "I know nothing of this affair. If I did, you wouldn't escape unscathed. Given the current situation, Crown Prince, these two are your responsibility. Whether you choose punishment or interrogation, it's in your hands." Head Steward Wen and Wen Fuxin immediately collapsed, wailing on the ground. Crown Prince, irritated, frowned and ordered, "Gag them and take them away." Lord Qin promptly complied. Soon, individuals approached, muffling the cries and swiftly escorting them out. The Crown Prince sighed inwardly, casting a glance at Shao Yunduan, Qiao Xian, and Zheng Sang, and offered gentle solace. "I understand that you've all endured injustice. Those individuals are despicable and tyrannical, deserving no easy forgiveness. Let Lord Qin handle the interrogation, and will thoroughly investigate the matter. Well, address it according to your wishes." Zheng Sang and Shao Yunduan expressed no objections. They exchanged appreciative glances and silently thanked each other. Lord Qin, though internally groaning, had no choice but to steel himself and accept the responsibility. Originally a minor case, a mere conflict among ordinary individuals, it would have resulted in a scolding and perhaps a lesson for resolution. Yet, the involvement of three parties with extraordinary identities promised a more severe outcome. At best, it would be a minor altercation. At worst, it could tarnish the reputation of officials' families and the descendants of meritorious individuals. However, Lord Qin couldn't ignore the fourth prince's influence, complicating matters and giving him a headache. Now tasked with handling the case, the crown prince rose and dismissed the assembly. The darkening sky signaled the end of the day. Crown Prince regarded Zheng Sang and the others with a gentle gaze. Shao Yunduan respectfully said, "Crown Prince, I will attend to General Zheng." Crown Prince nodded with a satisfied smile and concluded, "That's excellent. Let's reconvene tomorrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1581. Pretending not to know, it was evident that he intended to summon Zheng Sang for a meaningful conversation, possibly discussing the prospect of offering him an official position. A fleeting expression of displeasure crossed General Sun's eyes. He was on the verge of expressing his thoughts when Zheng Sang, in a gesture of gratitude, bowed to Shao Yunduan with cupped fists. "Thank you, Lord Shao. Apologies for the trouble. General Zheng, your courtesy is much appreciated. I'm no longer a general. Lord Shao, if it's agreeable to you, you can address me as Brother Zheng." "Very well, Brother Zheng." Shao Yunduan nodded with a warm smile. General Sun felt a profound sense of distaste. He forced a smile and remarked, "Little Zheng, you're going too far. How have you managed all these years? Why didn't you seek me out when you were facing difficulties? No need for such formality between us. I always assumed you had returned to your hometown. This comes as a surprise." Zheng Sang almost wanted to burst into laughter. Living in the northern city slums with many others, all of them with known identities, how could General Sun not be aware? It seemed like he was pretending not to know. He disliked officialdom and was inept at ingratiating himself with others. He couldn't tolerate such people and circumstances. After all these years, what remained? How could General Sun still remember? Though the word sounded amiable, if he truly went to seek General Sun out, he would probably have been irritated long ago, right? Having weathered the hardships of the world, Zheng Sang was no longer the person he used to be. Despite his internal disdain, he concealed it well and respectfully replied to General Sun, "I'm ashamed. I've been drifting aimlessly all these years, and I don't have the face to seek you out, General." General Sun laughed and affectionately patted his shoulder. "You're too modest. Let's not dwell on it tonight. Remember to visit my residence tomorrow." "Yes, General." General Sun had initially anticipated a refusal, or at least some hesitation before acceptance. To his surprise, Zheng Sang agreed readily, leaving him slightly stunned. Chuckling, General Sun departed, offering a reminder, "Oh, don't forget." "Of course not," Zheng Sang replied. Mockery brewed within Zheng Sang's heart. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly mansion was empty, with only Zheng Sang, Shao Yunduan, and Qiao Xian remaining. Zheng Sang expressed his gratitude to Qiao Xian, bowing with cupped fists. "Thank you, Madame Shao." Wu Guan and Lu Changming also hastened to bow and express their thanks. "Thank you so much, Madame Shao. Without your assistance today, these children, sigh." Lu Fu added. Zheng Sang sighed and called the children forward to thank Qiao Xian. Taking Qing Lian and Xiao Qiao by their hands, Qiao Xian directed Lu Fu to follow. She smiled and said, "Don't be so modest, Brother Zheng. You're too kind. I'm just doing what needs to be done." After a brief pause, she added with a half-joking smile, "Actually, I'm relying on my husband's fearlessness. Some may find it challenging to lend a hand, but no one dares to refuse." Zheng Sang chuckled. "Regardless, we owe a debt of gratitude to Madame Shao and Lord Shao." Shao Yunduan suggested, "Let's head to our house first. It's nearby. You can freshen up, have a meal, and I'll arrange for your return later." After a moment's thought, Zheng Sang nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Lord Shao and Madame Shao." Qiao Xian excitedly chimed in, "Absolutely, you're most welcome." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1582. Today, he used them. Xiao Xian instructed Songshe and Qin Yan to head home, order food from a nearby restaurant, and prepare boiling water. Turning to Zheng Sang and the others, Shao Yunduan suggested, "Brother Zheng, no need for formalities. Just call me by my name." Zheng Sang readily accepted the familiarity. "Brother Yunduan." The two women exchanged glances and shared a laugh. Although one carriage wasn't sufficient, Lord Qin, considerate as always, arranged for an additional one. Shao Yunduan and the group traveled to his house in separate vehicles. The children, especially fond of Xiao Xian, accompanied her, Shao Yunduan, Zheng Sang, and the rest. During the journey, Wu Guan and Lu Changming expressed their excitement. They felt relieved after finally venting their anger today, hinting at the countless grievances they had endured over the years. Having been fearless warriors on the battlefield, they returned to the city bearing injuries, illnesses, and missing limbs. Once mighty, now they had to endure humiliations and submit for a meal. The stark contrast between their past and present experiences weighed heavily on their hearts. Shao Yunduan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He acknowledged having used them to his advantage today. Prompted by Lixia's information, he swiftly arrived at the heavenly mansion. While Xiao Xian was unfamiliar with Fu Wenxin, Shao Yunduan recognized him. Observing the fourth prince's attempt to manipulate the crown prince, an idea occurred to him. Why not seize this opportune moment? Rather than rushing forward, he blended into the crowd, opting to observe the unfolding developments. Shao Yunduan exuded confidence, firmly believing that his wife wouldn't succumb easily. Rather than approaching the scene directly, he instructed Lixia to keep an eye on the crowd. When Shao Er brought over Zheng Sang, Wu Guan, and Lu Changming, Shao Yunduan intervened, preventing their progress. Upon revealing his identity and engaging in a brief conversation, Zheng Sang willingly handed over the reins, declaring that he would take charge. When Wen Fuxin was digging his own grave, Shao Yunduan took the forefront. Anticipating head steward Wen's involvement, he knew the patriarch would show up, driven by the expectation that his son would support him in his old age. Head steward Wen did not disappoint. With Wen Fuxin carelessly courting disaster, there was no turning back, and head steward Wen had to play along. Confident in the fourth prince's backing, head steward Wen wasn't afraid of failure. As long as he tarnished Zheng Sang's name, the fourth prince would offer unwavering support. It seemed like the matter would eventually be settled as a minor inconvenience. However, fate had different plans for him this time. Even the fourth prince would find himself implicated to some extent. This affair concerned the descendants of soldiers who had fought for the country. Without a proper explanation, the generals wouldn't stand for it. In this critical moment, Zheng Sang took the stage. When he and Shao Yunduan synchronized their efforts, the trap ensnared the uncle and nephew, sealing their fate. Although Shao Yunduan hadn't anticipated the situation escalating to this extent, he found the outcome quite satisfying. The bigger the situation, the better. While the crown prince insisted on maintaining an appearance of normalcy, Shao Yunduan believed in divine retribution for the wicked. Regardless, he went with the flow. Upon reaching Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan's home, Lixia swiftly prepared hot water, bathing the children and combing their hair. The dishes ordered from the restaurant arrived promptly. 2 tables were set with 8 dishes and 1 soup each. Shao Yunduan and the others even ordered 2 pots of wine. Xiao Xian dined at the kitchen table with the children. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1583, Sadness. The restaurant, seemingly ordinary, boasted a menu of comforting home-cooked dishes. Mushroom roasted chicken, lamb roasted with onions, beef brisket stewed with white radishes, stir-fried meat, vermicelli cabbage, pork. The array was enough to elicit greedy expressions from the children. Despite their visible hunger, they restrained themselves, unwilling to make the first move. A collective gulp echoed in the room. Observing the children's plight, Xiao Xian took pity and urged them to sit. Dig in, before it gets cold. Grateful, Lu Fu expressed his thanks, prompting the children to follow suit. Only then did they settle down to eat. Once chopsticks met food, the children couldn't help but hasten their consumption. Half of the dishes vanished from the table in no time. Their rapid eating, however, lacked rudeness, and Xiao Xian's gentle assistance softened the scene. Shao Yunduan, Jing Sang, and others experienced a notable shift in mood. Rounds of dishes and a few glasses of wine later, Wu Guan unexpectedly broke into tears. It took him a while to regain composure, wiping away tears before smiling at Shao Yunduan. I apologize, Brother Yunduan. Having overseen numerous struggles and hardships, the brothers had maintained a relentless pace for years. Gathered around a table, sharing a decent meal and laughter, they reflected on the distant past. Although melancholy briefly settled in, Shao Yunduan poured wine and reassured, there's no obstacle in this world that can't be overcome. Now that the court is aware, they'll handle it. Let's discuss it later. Zheng Sang, however, expressed reluctance, his brow furrowing. I have no intention of involving myself with the imperial court anymore. The same goes for these children. The imperial court doesn't owe us anything. We're incapable, and there's no one to blame but ourselves. It was an undeniable truth. Having retreated from the battlefield, who among them hadn't felt this way? Nevertheless, they were alive, a sentiment that brought satisfaction, especially when compared to their fallen comrades. Despite life's challenges, the children were gradually maturing each day. As they aged, it was hopeful that their circumstances would improve. However, gaining favor with the imperial court proved to be an arduous task, one that was financially beyond their means. Moreover, the prospect of entangling themselves in the conflicts among the princes, risking disaster, was a fear they couldn't shake. Shao Yunduan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, recognizing that Jing Sang and the others had likely grown so disillusioned with the court that they accepted their situation with unusual calmness. Reflecting on the past, they had received compensation upon retirement, 15 taels of silver for the disabled and 20 taels for the deceased. While not a significant sum, if properly distributed among those entitled, it could have eased their hardships. Yet, the reality was different, leaving Shao Yunduan with a mix of emotions. The allure of the silver was undeniable. Even a small business venture could have made a significant difference in their lives. Some might not even receive a single tael, further complicating matters. Shao Yunduan found himself grappling with complex emotions, questioning the worth of investing effort in such an imperial court. He pondered the potential impact of the seemingly kind crown prince and whether his efforts to effect change were worthwhile. Disappointment had eroded his confidence, and he no longer harbored the desire to remain in the capital. Smiling with a sense of resignation, Shao Yunduan spoke slowly, I'm not suggesting that you pursue an official position or rely on the court's charity. Saving yourself is not an impossible task. There are alternatives worth exploring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1584, Must Satisfy Everyone. Jing Sang stood there, momentarily stunned. The eyes of Wu Guan and Lu Changming sparkled with hope. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wu Guan inquired, Lord Shao, do you truly have a solution for us? Though Zheng Sang opened his mouth, no words escaped. Shao Yunduan grinned. My wife intervened to save those children today, creating a fateful connection between us. Given her compassionate nature, she will undoubtedly address this matter. Elder brother Wu, just be patient. My wife has no affiliations with the court. Possibly, he himself would distance from the capital in the near future. Wu Guan was taken aback. Madam Shao? Indeed, that's correct. Anticipating that Wu Guan's skepticism might lead Shao Yunduan to overthink, Zheng Sang interjected with a smile, Brother Yunduan, let's wait and observe. Shao Yunduan chuckled. You're right, Brother Zheng. Allow me to propose a toast to the three of you. Cheers. In the intermediary office of the Heavenly Mansion, Lord Qin was fraught with worry after head steward Wan and his nephew were imprisoned. The concern was not about how the case was conducted but rather about its resolution. Achieving satisfaction from all parties was imperative. This proved to be an arduous task. Uncertain if he could devise a solution that would benefit everyone, Lord Qian contemplated staying awake all night to ponder. Unfortunately, he was denied such an opportunity. In the dead of night, a group of shadowy figures infiltrated the Heavenly Mansion's prison. When head steward Wen, berating his nephew, witnessed the leader revealing his true identity, his previously disheartened demeanor instantly transformed. He hastily rose from the ground, exclaiming, "Commander Wei! Commander Wei! Did His Highness send you?" "What were His Highness' instructions?" Commander Wei responded with a peculiar smile, saying, "If not for His Highness' orders, why would I venture to such a place in the middle of the night, head steward Wen? His Highness has specifically tasked me with escorting you and your nephew away. With His Highness showing such concern for you, head steward Wen can meet his end without regrets." "What?" Head steward Wen collapsed to the ground, too shocked to offer a retort. Hoarsely, he mumbled, "That can't be," considering the countless tasks he had undertaken for His Highness and the multitude of challenges he had surmounted. Head steward Wen was baffled. His loyalty, dedication, and constant worry for His Highness had earned him the position of head steward in the fourth prince's residence. Could His Highness truly forsake him over a trivial matter? Not only forsake him but also seek his life? It seemed inconceivable. Wen Fuxin's mind went blank. He was utterly stupefied. Commander Wei sneered with disdain. "If we don't handle this matter decisively, the generals won't be appeased, and General Sun and the second prince won't let it slide easily. Protecting you would erode the general's confidence in His Highness and foster resentment. Head steward Wen, do you believe yourself worthy of that?" Head steward Wen tried to speak. Commander Wei scoffed. "Consider yourself fortunate that His Highness didn't dismember you. If you gracefully end your own life, you might still secure a decent burial. It's your misfortune that you didn't properly discipline your nephew, and you crossed paths with those people today. That's the hand of fate. Just accept it." Had he only clashed with Madame Shao, he might have endured numerous beatings and offered numerous apologies. However, Madame Shao wasn't the only one he had offended. The identity of the person he had antagonized was exceedingly sensitive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1585, Suicide. How could head steward Wen fail to grasp the fourth prince's intentions? It became glaringly apparent as Commander Wei spoke, confirming the grim reality. Head steward Wen realized he was truly in dire straits this time. "It's my fault. It's all my fault. I was foolish, utterly foolish." Regret overwhelmed him. Head steward Wen lunged at Wen Fuxin, unleashing a torrent of furious blows and kicks. His hoarse voice reverberated with anger as he berated him relentlessly. Wen Fuxin, defenseless against the onslaught, could only cower, clutching his head, and pleading for mercy while addressing him as uncle. He, too, regretted his actions. If he had foreseen this outcome, he wouldn't have been so reckless, venting his frustration on those youngsters. Little did he know that behind those seemingly insignificant youngsters lurked figures more menacing than beggars. Had he been aware, he wouldn't have dared trouble them, not even at the cost of his life. He felt duped by those youths, who, in his opinion, should have kept their mouths shut. The realization of his own folly weighed heavily on Wen Fuxin. Commander Wei, amused by the unfolding drama between uncle and nephew, sneered and signaled a few expressionless men in black to step forward. In a swift turn of events, 2 suicides materialized in the prison overnight, appearing to have hanged themselves from the beam, their bodies swaying lifelessly. The following morning, Lord Qian, who had spent the night sleepless with a pounding headache, was met with an even more staggering revelation. Head steward Wen and his nephew had apparently taken their own lives in the Heavenly Mansion's prison. The shock was so intense that Lord Qian nearly lost his footing. A wave of frustration washed over Lord Qian. He berated himself for his carelessness. The events of the previous night had left him so bewildered that he failed to consider the consequences. Lord Qin couldn't fathom why the crown prince would resort to suicide out of fear of punishment. It seemed an unnecessary act. More likely, the fourth prince had silenced him to prevent disclosure of sensitive information. As head steward of the prince's residence, head steward Wen likely held numerous secrets about the fourth prince, making a swift decision from the prince understandable. However, with the death occurring in his domain, Lord Qin faced the repercussions. The dilemma weighed heavily on him, and he pondered his next course of action. Enduring his headache, Lord Qin ordered the removal of the corpses, instructing their proper placement. Simultaneously, he summoned 2 grandmasters to strategize. Following the discussion, he dispatched messengers to report to the fourth prince's residence in the East Palace. Ultimately, Lord Qin personally visited the East Palace to apprise the crown prince of the situation and extend his apologies. He acknowledged that had he been more vigilant, the tragedy might have been averted. The crown prince sighed, expressing his regret. They possessed some courage, but this extreme step was unnecessary. Nonetheless, if they've chosen this path, there's little we can do to dissuade them. Let's conclude the matter here. Proceed to my fourth brother's residence to discuss closing the case, then inform Officer Shao and General Zheng. Yes, Crown Prince. Your understanding is deeply appreciated. I am truly sorry, Lord Qin replied. The Crown Prince's words established the tone for the situation, providing Lord Qin with some relief. Yet, a sense of bewilderment lingered. Was the Crown Prince's side genuine or feigned? Lord Qin found himself unable to discern the Crown Prince's true sentiments, contemplating the enigma of the higher-ups' thinking. In the end, he sighed in resignation. The Crown Prince remained an enigma, his thoughts unfathomable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1586, Too terrifying in truth. The benevolent Crown Prince genuinely held these sentiments, and his emotions were sincere from the depths of his heart. Reflecting on Shao Yunduan's words spoken at the heavenly mansion in front of the fourth prince the previous day, the Crown Prince felt a sudden pang of sympathy for his brother. Simultaneously, he understood that Shao Yunduan likely harbored resentment against him. Recognizing this, he grappled with conflicting emotions. Lord Qin, pushing aside his tangled thoughts, hastened back to the fourth prince's residence. The fourth prince conveyed surprise, shock, heartache, and sighs, ultimately expressing a mix of sadness and magnanimity. Despite head steward Wen's lack of actual wrongdoing, the prince acknowledged his choice to atone for his perceived sins through punishment. In light of this, the fourth prince arranged for the residents to handle the funeral proceedings and ensure a proper burial. This move aimed to appease Madame Shao, Lord Shao, and General Zheng. Lord Qin's heart chilled at the turn of events. Struggling to maintain composure, he respectfully bowed and offered praises to the fourth prince, nearly escaping the residence. The experience was chilling. Although he was the one responsible for the death, the fourth prince managed to put on a flawless act in front of Madame Shao. The deception was unnerving. With the perpetrator having ostensibly committed suicide, the matter concluded naturally. Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan, however, remained skeptical of the alleged suicides by the chief steward's uncle and nephew, knowing that the impact and consequences of the incident were substantial. While serious, it didn't warrant the uncle and nephew paying with their lives. They would prostrate themselves, offering apologies. The punishment would involve numerous beatings and confinement for several months, perhaps even half a year. However, the notion that the uncle and nephew would willingly commit suicide raised doubts. Did they possess the courage for such a drastic step? Who else, besides the fourth prince, would have both the motive and capability to orchestrate such an event? The fourth prince is truly ruthless. Qiao Xian exclaimed. Shao Yunduan sneered. He's not the one facing death, so why wouldn't he resort to it? Despite his abilities, he remains a servant. While Shao Yunduan acknowledged the fourth prince's capabilities, he didn't view the situation as a loss. Seizing an opportunity to neutralize a capable servant seemed a pragmatic move. Upon learning of the outcome, Jing Sang and the others maintained silence. Having promised General Sun a visit to the Sun residence, Zheng Sang adhered to his commitment. However, General Sun was unexpectedly absent due to urgent matters. The Sun family's head steward extended a warm invitation to Zheng Sang, expressing apologies on behalf of General Sunday. General Sun had to leave the city urgently. He insisted that if General Zheng arrived, we should extend our hospitality and entertain him. Zheng Sang concealed the mockery deep within him, adopting a composed demeanor and expressing around 30 to 40% gratitude. Having witnessed much of life's complexities, he no longer harbored illusions. A decade ago, he could have garnered attention and saved General Sun's life, earning the general's favor. However, with the passage of time, Zheng Sang lacked official standing, societal status, influential connections, and a notable family background. It was unrealistic for General Sun to genuinely regard him with importance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible.